4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome.
A very warm welcome to all our viewers. As you see on our screen, this is another event from the wonderful PGCI professional golfers. We are here today at the Vooty Masters 2024, presented by the Dream Valley Group. This week we find ourselves watching some high quality golf. As you can see on our screen, we have Aman Raj, multiple on the board. Find himself that stern on the bar. That's Talwar and then enough then Lawyer. Well. Arun Cobra, another one This guy must be probably went 12 under par with a 2-stroke lead over Angachi minus 3-stroke lead over the veteran Rahil Gangji. As you see the lovely drone shots live from the Vooty Golf County in Vikarabad, an hour from Hyderabad. And here we are bringing you the Dream Valley Group presents Vooty Master 2024. Good morning to all of you. This is your host Ainesh Aluwalia, co-hosting with the veteran golf author and commentator, Mr. Swami.
Thank you, Ainesh. I mean, you're making me feel older than I am, or at least I think I am. Yes, indeed. I mean, the PGTI has come a long way. Tournaments with prize purses of a crore and much more, and some absolutely fantastic championship golf courses like what we are playing here this week. So, the PGTI, Ainesh, I'm sure you've been there, you played a bit there, and of course recovering from injury, and I'm sure in a short time, in a few months or so, we'll probably be seeing you or commenting on you playing out there, just as we are seeing all the guys out there this week. It's fantastic, as Ainesh has already shared with you. Shaurya Binu is right on top of the leaderboard at 12 under with identical rounds of 66-66, followed by Angad Chima. Yes, the young veteran, as I call him, 69-65, and at 10 under, 2 shots behind Aman Raj, the man with the hat. But right now, without that, he is, he's always about who's been somewhere around in contention off and on, and of course, with rounds of 67, 70 at 7 under, always, a contender there.
Yes, Mr. Swami, as we watch Aman Raj teeing it up, following Pranav Madikar, another guy who's known to hit the long ball. And Aman Raj, of course, is the 28-year-old from Patna Golf Club. And quite the jovial character on tour and quite the lethal golfer as well. You don't want a player like Aman Raj chasing you if you're trying to win your first event, being Shaurya. And seems like a windy day. Seems like an early morning wind to contend with for the players as well.
You can see those flags fluttering in the background at the Dream Valley. Vooty Masters 2024, presented by Dream Valley with a purse of 1 crore rupees. We are past the halfway stage, and now people are out there playing for some decent cash.
Aman Raj with that deliberate setup and that recognizable hat seems to be a little worried, and
Jerks a shoulder to show where the ball went.
he's making our jobs a little easier. You watch Pranav teeing it up again. He's probably hitting a provisional, not a good sign, especially starting off on the par 5. and it being your first hole. Do you think this could also be nerves for Pranav, because this is not familiar territory for a guy like him?
Correct, absolutely. I was about to say that you got the words right. Yes, indeed. But then also this is part of growing up. I mean, being in the top 10, contending not too far behind, about 5 shots with 36 holes to play. So he's very much there in the frame. But the good thing is that the tour now has a lot of new and fresh faces alongside the regular ones. So I think that is an indication of how well the tour is doing in terms of depth. And I'm sure everybody is quite thrilled with it.
Absolutely, and if you see this year, especially through the qualifying school, a lot more international golfers, and not just international golfers from bordering countries. They're also from across the sea. There are a lot of players from Europe, a lot of players from America who've tried and come making the tour, and it's also because of the competition and the price purses that have increased so much.
And of course, I mean, there is a fantastic pathway, with the PGTI having tied up with the DP World Tour and the PGA Tour. There is a clear cut path. Last year, we saw Manu Gandas getting a full season on the DP World Tour. And this year, Om Prakash Chauhan, who dominated the scene in 2023, is plying his trade on the DP World Tour, and he's right now playing alongside Shubhankar in the magical Kenya Open. And of course, Ainesh knows more about Shubhankar than all of us, a very close friend of his. So the two, Shubhankar and Om Prakash Chauhan, are flying the PGTI flag in Kenya, while the PGTI Tour is right now here in Vikarabad for the Dream Valley Group presentation, the Vooty Masters.
Yes, as we take a look at some of the swings that we just watched on tee number one. A little more comfortable and a little more sure would be Aman Raj, where he finds himself. And I think Aman Raj, 5 shots back, 7 under par, he would have woken up thinking that, you know what, a good day for me, and I'd be right up there contending, because he's come from behind to win as well. He is capable of shooting some low rounds, and as we watch the group striding along, the fairways look lush, green, beautiful. The golf course looks in pristine condition.
That was the third last group teeing off from the first tee, the 917 group, with Aman Raj, Pranav Mardikar, and Michel Ortolani from Italy. So, as Ainesh just said a little while ago, I mean, there's a fair amount of very, very good and high quality international competition now on the Indian PGTI Tour. So, we've got Ortolani here at 6 under, while we also have the next group has Varun Chopra, of course, Indian origin, but now an American, and Matthias Domings from Chile, Domings, 67 and 69. I mean, that is the man who dominated and topped the qualifying school to get a full card onto the PGTI for 2024.
As you take a look at the leaderboard or right on our screens, I mean, some big names, some names who've been on tour for a while, and some new faces as well. Some recent winners and some people who've been knocking on the door for a while. So it's a very interesting day. I think as a spectator and as a fan of golf, I'd be very excited to see how Shora Binu, when he comes on, how he handles himself. Because for the 3 days he's looked uh, for the first 2 rounds, sorry, he's looked very sure of himself.
I mean, 66, 66 in the first 2 rounds, right in the beginning of the season, augurs well that your off season has been pretty solid, and Shaurya is still searching for his first win on the PGTI Tour as a professional. Only his second season has come from Tarun Sardesai's school in Bangalore. So I would say a lot of promise from him. A lot of guys have come out of that stable, and Shaurya is one of them. I think Subhash Tamang also was one of his colleagues at the same place under Tarun. Am I right, Anish?
Maybe I'm not. I won't be too sure of.
Yeah, no, I do because
History.
you
We'll have to
know
catch up on that.
when he spoke about a lot of names being young and experienced, from for me, I think most of the names are in the region of 25 to 28, with Rahil Kanji being the evergreen star, who's actually doing well. He had his once up the Talwar. He has been playing off and on. He even tried his hand for a very brief period internationally, and of course found that the pathway from the PGTI to higher platforms was worth the while. And here he is, contending this week at 7 under, and and I think it's tied for the sixth place along with Pranav. I think he's got a very good shot there with 36 holes to go.
Yes, and I think Saptak is one of those guys who's yet to win on tour, but he carries himself with that confidence, and we've seen some rounds, especially in the later part of the season last year, that he does have the capability to showcase some immense skill. And I've recently uh, played with Saptak as well, I think a few weeks back. And he's one of the better drivers of the ball as well. He hits it a fair distance, and he's most of the times keeping himself in play.
Coming from the generation that I do, Inish, I always feel that, your generation is full of long hitters and big drivers to the ball. I mean, in that sense, of course, Rahil, despite his height, I mean, he's not too tall. Of course, he's taller than me. Is a very good striker of the ball, and he hits it a long distance. He was a rarity in those days, and now, of course, he fits in well with these much younger lads.
As we watch the man from Italy trying to go for the green and two on the first par five, I think you'd assume that starting with a par five should be a comfortable start. Should not be a very troubling thought for players because no matter who you are, usually on the first day you still would have a few jitters because you're just starting out. You're still trying to get the run of the day for yourself, and Saptak and Varun seem to be sharing a lighter moment there. And Pranav, as we understand, Pranav has to play his provisional now, so this should be his fourth heading into the par five. Not the ideal start for him, but maybe he gets back.
The thing, Inish, with many of these, international stars also is that they've actually traveled quite a bit. I was seeing Ortolani, and he's actually played on the Mina Tour. He's played in Thailand, and now he's trying his hand in India. So what is happening is the global spread of golf, and with that of PGTI, it means greater opportunities for all these young players. And with more and more money coming in, the quality of golf seems to be rising by the hour, not even by the season now, with so many young, strapping lads out there. So I would say, I mean, so with all these people, with all these players coming over to India, it also shows that India has actually gained a lot of currency in terms of being an ideal place for many of the international golfers to turn up here and ply their trade and showcase their talent.
No, I agree with you there because if you speak of Shubhankar as well, the one thing that I noticed around the time he was rising is he just went and played everywhere he could get his
Absolutely, I
hands
remember
on.
that. Yes, you're so correct.
And so many other Indian guys also had the opportunity to do that, but they didn't. Um, and I think now what you mentioned is right that now the Indian tour offers that competition and the money for players to actually become better here as we watch Saptak getting ready on the first with the driver, giving it the par five and a little tailwind off the right. He's going to give it a whack. It seems to be content with that, and it goes to show that he's ready and he's out there from the first, from the get go, to grab a chance and grab a shot to get closer to the leaders. And Indian origin, American Varun Chopra, belonging to the Merit Club in Chicago, and Varun going through his
pre-shot routine.
The green speed today is just under 12. So that's, I mean, fair speed. I mean, internationally, in many of the courses outside India, the speed might be much more than 13, but about 11.5 to 11.8 and so on would be pretty okay. I am assuming, Irish, you'd be better, you'd be in a better position to
Yeah, I
speak on
think
that.
anything over 11, and if the winds keep picking up, they can get a bit tricky as well. And as we watch Mateus Dominguez, the 31-year-old Chilean, who's who's a rookie, who's actually quite the veteran golfer himself internationally, but playing in India for the first time, had a great run at the qualifying school, uh, left the field quite a few strokes behind there, and he also, I think, should be a lot less nervous compared to a lot of other newer guys on tour and a lot of other younger guys as well.
Well, Matthias is probably the only player in the entire field here who's actually played the Augusta National. You know, he won the Latin American Championships in Argentina in 2015, which got him a spot into the 2015 Masters tournament. He also played at college golf at Texas Tech University. So a man who's fairly well traveled. He's won in Chile a bit, a couple of titles in match play in 2011 and Kachakua Open in 2014. But the big win for him was the Latin American Amateur Championships, which got him a spot into the Masters, where I mean, I'm sure he gained a lot of experience and must have enjoyed that week. But he missed the cut there that year. So I'm sure he has tremendous dreams of going a two-time Eisenhower player also in 2010 and 2014. So as Inish was saying, a well-traveled man indeed.
As we watch, I think both these players would be disappointed with the chip shots that they just played and would hope to make it up with the putt. But you're right, actually, a guy like that, he's going to think that he's going to come and he's going to try dominating the tour. He's going to play here, which also goes to show it's a testament to the competition and to the level that the Indian tour is now at, where players of his stature are coming here and thinking of playing a season here. And Pranav had a good fourth from the fairway, and seems to have a longish attempt at par after that out of bounds with the first tee shot. But yes, one thing can be sure, if someone's played at the Masters, a green speed of 11, 12, 13 would not bother him. So he's not going to struggle today much on the greens in terms of speed. I think also off late what has happened is because of the exposure, the barrier seems to be a little easier into international golf, or let's say the transition. It's not as intimidating as earlier it used to be, or at least you would listen to players saying, and that's a wonderful putt
Oh,
by
that's nice.
Pranav.
Now he's got to gently take the flag off to make sure that he's hold it. Yes, he did. That's a good one.
I mean, he did hit it out of bounds, and he did make that putt. And you might say that starting with the first tee shot, hitting it out of bounds, your momentum would be lost. But then a putt like that, and you're right back in it, you're probably a little more confident than you would have been on a
Indeed, you
routine
know,
par.
it makes you breathe easier, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And that's how I say it about golf. It's the great leveler. Sometimes a few breaks go your way, sometimes they don't, but everything comes back to even par at the end of the day.
That's the beauty of this game. You might have a terrible day, but if on the 72nd hole or on the 18th, depending on the day, if your final shot is a good 15-footer, disappearing into the hole, it makes you want to come back as soon as possible the next day.
And Aman Raj would definitely like to catch up for that chip that he did. Looks to have left it a little short. We watch Ortolani for his birdie attempt, hoping that he makes a better fist of it than Aman did. That's a better stroke, definitely. So he starts off with a birdie on the first, the ideal start that he must have been looking for.
That's always a nice thing, to have ensure that you got a birdie right there at the beginning of the day. So as they say, just as you are about to go for lunch or for supper, if your last couple of holes have been nice, the meal tastes better. So right now the breakfast must be getting digested well.
Absolutely, everything feels better after a birdie. And Mr. Swami, we've been mentioning Rahil Gangji as a veteran, and as we can see on our screens, he the age says 45. He doesn't look it at all. He seems
Oh
very
no,
fit.
he's a man 25, recently tied the knot, and of course, a very, very cheerful man. And, I mean, I don't want to show my age or kind of reveal my age, but I actually saw Rahil play as an amateur in the previous century. I mean, it was around 98, 99. So that was quite a long time back. Rahil's also traveled the world. He spent a few years on the web.com tour, now called the Confetti, and he had that sensational hole in one on a par four, and one of the very few players to have done that. He did that on the web.com tour, and I've seen him win internationally too on the Asian tour. He's a wonderful guy. He's a wonderful player, and he's just fantastic company on top of that. I mean, that's also so important when players are on the tour.
And Saptak taking a swipe on the first, coming up a bit short, similar to where Aman Raj was. And the more I listen to you, Mr. Swami, the more I realize that no matter how many veterans we see on screen, the real veterans here in the com box with me.
Thank you so much, Ainesh, for. I take that as a compliment. I mean, here I see an absolutely stunning field. To be very honest, I mean, no, it's such a fantastic field. Shaurya Binu, of course, is yet to tee off. Angad Chima, but we've got a whole bunch of stars out here. I mean, they've also got. I mean, they may be in the region of, say, maybe 20 to 28 or just a bit over, like Matthias is at 31. They have seen a lot of pro golf, amateur golf. I mean, there's a man from Chile, there's a man from Italy, there is an Indian from America now, Varun. There is Saptak Talwar, who played on the Mackenzie Tour in Canada. Rahil Ganji played on the Web.com Tour. So there is a fair amount of international experience, not just flavor. So I would say this is really a sign of how good or how deep the quality is now on the PGTI Tour. And the testimony to that is the rising prize purses on the tour. There was a time when tournaments used to be played for 5 lakh rupees, and these days the first prize itself is in the region of 15 to 18 lakhs, where total purses of about a crore and more.
Absolutely. And um, as we watched, one of the players mentioned by you, Matthias, with a wonderful swipe with his second on number one. He's going to have a very, very makeable eagle look. And as the fairways clear for these guys, Rahil's going to tee up his driver. But you're right, Mr. Swami. I think instead of just thinking as the Indian tour as a tour to play and then try to go on to another tour, if you're a good consistent player here, you're doing well for yourself as well, and that's a good sign. And quick tee pickup, always a good sign. And speaking of tying the knot, we also have Angad Chima, who recently got married. So congratulations to him as well.
As did Rahil.
Exactly. Yes. So both of them,
So
both of them have.
celebrating a new season with a partner, of course, who they've known for a long time, and Rahil's partner, of course, has also been on the bag with him. And here is Angad Chima, 34 years of age. Of course, like Rahil, doesn't look 34. He looks like 24 to me always. 2 professional wins. Turned a pro almost a little over 10 years ago. He's always been knocking on the doors, and now I think is when the time has come for him to showcase what he really is.
And Angad is one of those sneaky players, very nonchalant about how he goes about his business and very relaxed in more
Cheerful man,
times.
very cheerful.
And why I said sneaky was he just creeps up on you with a
That's
low
right.
round.
Correct. You
It's
don't.
just,
Yeah, you really don't know. I mean, suddenly he's up there.
yeah, and I think that's also a quality of a good player. Is like he makes it look easy. He doesn't make it look like he's shooting an 8 under par. And Shoria Benu is going to feel a little young in that group at 19. And that's the funny thing about golf. I feel, as we saw Angad Chima at 34 and Shoria at 19, I feel Angad is also very young in the game. And that's the beauty of golf. It's you can peak at 40 and still be a great player. Sure, yeah, I think everybody's interested to see how the 19-year-old handles himself today. Looks quite sure in his stride in his pre-shot routine.
He had a top 10 last week. He was 10th at Tollygunge. 2023 was his first season, and he did a pretty good job. He had early top tens in two of the events in Ahmedabad, presented by Glade One. I'm sure you must be looking forward to that event, which is coming up soon. And he also had a top 10 at the India Sevens Pro, where he was ninth. He was fourth in Grade 1. So he has two top 10s last year and one this year. So a player of immense quality and talent, and just his second season. So I think a lot to look forward for him.
And as we see on our screens, we have Aman on hole number 2, a par 3.
Anish, tell us a little bit about this golf course. I'm sure you must have seen it and you must have heard a lot from your friends out there on the golf courses.
Yes, I was speaking to Arjun Sharma, another a close friend of mine and a good golfer as well. He's uh, he's also been knocking on the door. Hopefully, he opens it soon enough. Gives all of us a reason to celebrate as well. He was telling me about the conditions. He said the conditions are as pure as possible, and they've got the rough up as well. So the golf course, otherwise, the layout, what I've been told, is not a very difficult one, but with the rough up and some internal out of bounds as well, makes the golf course a little tricky. And I was talking to him on the phone in the morning, and he told me that he was at par after 35 holes, a shot within the cut line. And on the 18th, he finished with a 10. He hit 2 out of bounds. This golf course can get to you even if you think that you're having a wonderful day. So, a mix of scoring opportunities, but also some trouble lurking on this course.
It seems to be a bit of a short course. I mean, with just 6,690 yards, past 72, and but can be deceptive, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I think to see the length of the course also goes with the flavor of the players who are on the leaderboard, because you could term all of them as being longer, let's say, than the average player. They all hit the long ball. Everybody from Sarthak Chibber to Karan Pratap Singh to Adil Bedi, they all have the strength to get it out there. Another player I'd like to ask you about, Manu Gandas. You must have watched him play.
Oh, yes, I have. I mean, a man of few words. I mean, doesn't talk much, isn't it? I mean, he's very quiet. Of course, maybe because he might be even more familiar in his environment amongst the players.
And this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Before. Talking of challenge tour events, we're going to have two of them, and next month in India, in Delhi and Kolkata. So, I mean, that should kind of be encouraging for Manu and many of the others.
Absolutely, and I think sometimes even though Manu had according to him, a subpar year on the European tour when he got a shot to that, I think a lot of the times you can't equate experience to financial gains. As we watched him come back on tour last week and just create an
Correct,
impact directly.
absolutely. He showed that he had not gone anywhere. He was very much in there. Of course, he was back in his familiar environment, and he showed that he is going to work his way back into the higher echelons of international golf.
As we watch Saptak, what I would assume is his birdie attempts, given where he was with his second just under the green. So, no, a little tricky chip shot if we see, because Aman Raj left it a little short and Saptak's managed to push it a little over the flag. So, not the most easiest of chip shots as we see in our live feed two on our screens. On hole number two, the Italian Ortolani with his putt.
So there we have a split screen out there, feed one and feed two.
He's left himself a little walk there. Varun now carefully just over the hole, not a very long tap in, but making sure he does his due diligence. That's an easy tap in for him. So, not a very hot start for Varun or Saptak, but Matthias seems to have started with an eagle, so there's a jump start if you need one.
There's still a lot of golf to be played, and I'm sure Saptak must be trying to shrug aside what's happened on the right at the start of the third round, the moving day as it's called. He's coming off a fourth place at Tollygunge, and I'm sure he's looking forward to try and making that even better as Aman's putt slides past on the right side.
Gave it a good run, but left himself a tricky one coming back now.
That's right. Can't
Looking at the
quite make out the
leaderboard,
slope here, but I have a feeling that outside, the hole, he hit it inside, and outside the hole might have had a slightly better chance. Of course, it's always easier to see it and talk about it from the sidelines than to actually have the putter and stroke it at the golf course.
that seems to have pulled his tee shot a bit coming from the left side, but think he's gone for it with a little rescue in his hands, and again goes to show that's how he plays. He's always looking to go for the flag.
That's the nature of the game with the scores being so low. 12 under over 36 holes shows how the depth in this field is. When you look at the cut itself being just say one over, I think that is a sign. And of course, one over this week, it's been a bit tough, but actually even under par cuts have now become fairly common on the Indian tour. Here's Matthias. No, sorry.
Ortolani.
Ortolani.
It's a disappointing three putt for him. And speaking of low scores, we have 9 under par, 63 as the course record, and it's held by three men. And not surprisingly, one of them is Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. The other ones are Order of Merit winner from last season, Om Prakash Chauhan, and our Order of Merit winner from the season before, Manu Gandas. So some top quality golfers with some top quality scores. But that goes to show that I think the scores are out there. You just have to go and grab them. As we watch on our split screen, Shaurya sitting comfortably on the fairway. I don't think this stage is going to phase him from the looks of it. Amanraj would like to see the bottom of the cup here. And he does. He does so comfortably.
See, speaking of young stars, Pranav, of course, I would put him as a young star because he's also in very, very early stages of his career, along with, say, guys like Shaurya Binu. There's down the line, there is Subhash Tamang of Nepal, who actually came through the qualifying school also this year. So I think there's a lot of freshness, and I think that's what makes the tour more exciting. You keep seeing new faces challenging the more experienced and the seasoned veterans like Rahil. So which is what the young and the old battling it out across the country for almost 25 events. And I think that is become the hallmark, or rather, the signature of the Indian tour. Dream Valley Group presents the Vooty Masters, the second event of the 2024 season. Here, a quick snapshot of a replay of some of these shots there.
In the recognizable swings, some of the experienced players and the new young Shaurya amongst them. Shaurya and Red, the guy everybody is chasing, and
Back to live action now here after that replay. Someone's looking for the ball. Rahil Ganji out there.
the intent with which Rahil is searching for the ball seems maybe it is his golf ball that is missing a little.
Yes.
I can't be sure though.
His partner and caddy also out there trying to see if they can. There you are. You're talking about the rough. Is that what the rough taking a toll? Angad Chima also there.
And we move on to the par 3 number 2. That's it's a little funny start for the players if you put it that way. You start with a par 5, a rather comfortable opening tee shot, and then you have the 220 plus yard par 3 with a little headwind, number 2. So the golf
The
course tries
flags
to
are
get you.
fluttering pretty fast, isn't it? The flags are very active.
Absolutely. It goes to show if they're active at this time in the morning, it could be that the wind only picks up. And I think I was wrong to mention that was Rahil's call. Paul seems to be Angad, who's in a bit
This
of a
is
bother.
Matheus and Angad at 10 under each.
Yes, Matthias getting into his work fairly quickly.
He's picked a shot. Matthias is showing us 10 under. Did he not start the day at 8 under?
He made an eagle on the first, and
So that
quite
is
quite the
very.
easy way he did it as well.
Yeah, so that was a flying start, literally.
He had all the other players confused. He's like, just hit the fairway, hit the flag, and make the putt. It's not that difficult.
Ah, there you are. So a par for Binu at the start, a par for Angad at the start, and an eagle for Matthias at the start.
Not sure whether Angad had to take a penalty drop or did he get a free drop, but he still has his work cut out. He has a wedge, might be trying to clip it over those trees. Strangely enough, a downwind, tailwind in this situation might not help him that much. But he's great with his wedges. He's got great hands. He's got a great feel of what needs to do. He lofts it up and pushes it on, and I think that's a fair job by him. I think that's a very, very good job done by Angad, given where he was. See what's up, Tak and Matthias, alongside Varun Chopra. All three of them not finding the putting surface. Chopra now a little over the green, and he'd like to get this up and down and make a birdie for himself on the first. It's not going to be easy, given he's coming over the hole. Seems to have a little iron in his hands. Still trying to figure out what he's going to do now. Takes out a wedge. I think this makes a little more sense with a little more loft. Because you're going downhill on this slopey green, and it's going to break hard from his left.
There's a bit of a debate in his mind, isn't it?
Yes, I think, but this would be the better choice given there's little wind in his face. So now he overborrowed there, but got the speed right. I think that's a decent job. You'd prefer a putt that's a little more uphill, but as long as he makes it. He's not showing it, but he would be a little more nervous
Of course, there's
than
no
his
question
playing
about it.
partners. I mean,
Yeah, well, 19 years of age, playing at this level, only his, kind of a second season, and he's right there on top of a leaderboard which has a lot of seasoned players. So, including one in his group, in his lead group, Rahil Ganji, and of course Angad. Rahil having won quite a few international titles too.
it's a great experience for him. I mean, he might outperform his playing partners, but it's still great learning to watch Rahil and Angad play golf alongside you. I mean, what they do, how they go about things or certain situations, how they tackle it. It's always a good learning experience to play with experienced players.
And considering Rahil has also made Bangalore his home now, so I think Shaurya must be really, kind of spending some time with Rahil, also practicing, and of course playing on the tour. And Rahil is always a very, very generous person.
Angad now, after finding some trouble, he'd like to make this. Not sure what it is for, but he would definitely like to find the bottom of the cup and then move on to the next one.
Well, that was a good one.
Despite the winds picking up, we are seeing a few balls roll into the cup. We are seeing a few putts made.
So that's brought the smile back on Angad's face.
It's just noise. Sure, you're now doing what I believe would be aim point. I've never got the
That's
hang of it,
that's
but
that's the new flavor, isn't it? Aim
I
point.
think so. I don't know personally how effective has it been for me as a player, but some players seem to find comfort in it. That's a wonderful four for him. That would calm him down a bit
A
as
very
well.
confident one. After a lot of indecisions on that chip from on the fringe, nice roll in there. Boom, look at that wind. Just as Warren was getting ready, a leaf actually blew right across.
It's an interesting mix of golf holes. You start with a par five, then you get a challenging par three, and then you go on to a short, drivable par four on number three.
Cleans it up.
I'm not just tidying up. I'd assumed that was for his par. We'd have an update soon. Defending champ Manu, just inside the top 10, has started off with a rather plain scorecard, making pars on the first three holes that he's played.
You can see Adil trying to make a charge, even though he's got a bogey in the second, a birdie at the start, and an eagle two on the par four third. That's what the scorecard shows us right now, the scoreboard.
Yes, I mean, given that one little blemish on number two, he's attacked the easier holes on the course. He's made a birdie on the par five first, and on the drivable path for number three, he's made an eagle. So it is the third round. It is the moving day. And that's what players are trying to do.
That's another young, fairly intense lad, so keen. I mean, focuses so much on preparations, etc. And of course, propelled a lot by his enthusiastic father. Adil, of course, has a tremendous amount of potential. He's won a couple of times, represented India at the Asian Games and so on. But I think he is capable of much, much more. Very tall, very well built lad, good head on his shoulders. I think he's the kind of a talent. Once he starts winning, and once he starts doing well like that, I'm sure there won't be much stopping him after.
Saptak second on the par 5 first. I mean, we've been mentioning the first as a par 5 is an easier start. You'd want to make a birdie there. But of the first eight players on the leaderboard, only two of them managed to um, put red numbers on that hole. One made an eagle, one made a birdie. Everybody else has made a par. So, not the easiest of starts, but a good opportunity to jumpstart your round, definitely.
So still early action on day three. The man making a bit of a move right on the top of the leaderboard, or rather close to the top of the leaderboard, is the Chilean Matthias Dominguez. He picked up an eagle on the first and has moved to 10 under. And Shaurya, of course, also had a birdie on the first. I'm sorry, apologies for having mentioned Shaurya as a par on the par 5. So he had a birdie indeed. So he's moved to 13 under. Matthias is 10 under. And Anga Chima is at 10 under also. So Rahil Ganji, possible looking at a possible birdie on the second, is at 9 under. Some of the other guys who made a move on the in the early hours of day three, Adel Bedi, a birdie on the first and eagle on the third with a bogey in between. So the other person to have, the other player to have picked up an early eagle was Gaurav Pratap Singh, but he dropped a shot immediately after that. On the second, Harshit Sethi down the leaderboard also has had a bit of an up and down run. An eagle to begin with, then a bogey on the second, a birdie on the fourth, and of course bogeys on fifth and sixth.
Quite the interesting mix of golfers, and you look at the leaderboard right now, and um, it's rather confusing because you can't uh, guess. I mean, there's no way to guess who might come out on top tomorrow.
Absolutely. I mean that's what makes it more exciting, you know. I mean, you know, when you have so much happening out there and you have all these young players waiting to break out, you know, making the move. And of course, Angachima out there tall and strapping.
Now, I'm keenly looking at what I would assume Shaurya's second, and that's a wonderful chip shot by him. And Angad, I think, would have a tougher shot given that he's coming from under the terrain of where the actual green is, and then the slope runs away from him as well. And to factor in the wind, so he'd require a little more skill here to stop the ball as quickly as he can. As we watch half of him not being visible, also, so you can see him the slope is, and I think he's done a wonderful job. Almost hold it 4 feet. It's as good as he could have expected it to be. I'm not sure he's still inside Rahil's tee shot. That's how good that iron swipe was from Rahil. As these players do their due diligence, their green reading before they make, as in Angad's case, make his par attempt and Rahil for his birdie. This is the second edition of the Dream Valley Group Vooty Masters. The first edition of the event was staged in November 2022, so it took a while to come back on tour, a year's gap, but This tournament brings in on a 72 par course, just under 7,000 yards, and the price purse is a whopping 1 CR. And the Dream Valley Group has been supporting PGTI's endeavors since 2018 as an event partner. And in 2022, the Dream Valley Group came on board as a title partner with the launch of the Dream Valley Group, Vooty Masters. As we watch Angad, one of the 125 players who started the tournament, that included 123 professional golfers and two amateur golfers. Angad now with a little downhiller off the right, and he's underborrowed there. And he still left himself what seems to be roughly 3 feet. So after making that wonderful putt on the par 5 first, he's missed a short one on number 2. And Shaurya with the aim point.
While sure they're still aiming, just to show that how far and wide the PGTI Tour, Tata Steel PGTI Tour has gone. We've got Sri Lanka's Thangaraja and Prabhakaran, Bangladesh players Jamal and Badr Hussain. We'll wait for Shaurya to make that putt before we continue on that.
This would be important for his momentum, seems to be well outside the right.
That's a nice draw. He's reading the breaks well. Continuing on that, Bangladesh players Jamal Hussain and Badal Hussain. We got Andorra's Kevin Esteve Regali and Nepal's Sukra Bahadur Rai, as well as Subhash Tamang, who came in as a rookie this year. We've also got the PGTI's qualifying school winner, Chilean Matias Dominguez, Italy's Michel Ortani, Czechia's Stepan Tanek, Americans Varun Chopra and Dominic Picarillo, and Germany's Wenzel Krenchek. The names are tongue twisters indeed.
Ryle, after that long wait, manages to make a birdie. I think it's the first of the day, if I'm not wrong, on number
That's
2.
right. Yes. He must have been pretty upset with not having picked a shot on the first one. A par 5 where many of the leaders have actually picked some kids.
A birdie on number 2 would almost, one can say he's picked up a shot and a half on the field.
Yes, indeed. Because I mean, the second hole is not actually an easy birdieable hole. I do wonder what the average is there. Not too sure, but certainly not an easy one.
Yeah, I think the Mohammad Azhar, one could say he's one of the local boys, hailing from a close city of Hyderabad. The only other player to have made a birdie on number 2, and most of the scores seem to be on the over side.
Imagine by Dream Valley.
Leaving himself about 2.5 feet there. Tidying up, moving on, moving forward is Karan Pratap Singh. He's playing alongside another Delhi boy, as we see on our screen, Sarthak Chipbird. Sarthak again, another one of those players who works very hard on the game. His father mostly travels with him, at least That was what was the case last year. I'm not sure if he's there with him this week. I won't be surprised if he is. A big fan of what Sarthak does, and that would be
Just
a
a wee bit
disappointing miss for
inside.
him. Arjun Prasad tidying up, another boy from Gurgaon. So first look at number five. Mr. Swami, the conditions just seem to get a little more
Really
treacherous now.
windy, that's right. It's not going to be easy to score today, even though the early scores do suggest that the players are going for it, but not going to be easy.
Yes, as we watch guys on number five, the fifth also being a par five, not a very long one, roughly about 510 yards. So um, players would want to make a red number there, but as we can see on our screens, a few red stick as well. So there is trouble lacking. I mean, this I think this course is also as we watch. Not wrong. That seems to be Manu there with an iron. I think it's you can take a chance, you can play it safe. Really depends on how you strategize it because the scores are there. But if you do manage to make an error, you can make a big number as well. So quite an interesting setup, quite an interesting layout.
But something that players would actually try and see if they can actually pick up a game there.
I think some golfers enjoy a golf course like that, where you have to think a little more than just taking out your driver and hitting a wedge. So I know Shubhankar loves to do that. He likes to plot and plan his
He's a bit of an
rounds.
aggressive golfer, isn't he?
He is, but he enjoys playing these games on the course. He likes to play different shots. He likes to play different flights. And I think that's what sort of gets him in the proverbial zone, where you're so involved and engrossed that you showcase your skill. And I think most players taking an iron on this par five. Our first look at another player who's, in my opinion, sneaky. He's had some low rounds on tour over the years. Shivender, another player from Gurgaon. Oh, I think he thought he had it and just flared out. Shivender, very jovial, very always smiling, never lets anything down.
Yeah, I suppose you can't allow things to get to you in golf, otherwise, the price is very heavy, isn't it?
Yes, and I think sometimes players fail to realize that, if you take professional golf as your career and you know that you're going to do this for a while, you're going to play thousands and thousands of rounds. And in the context of that, one round going not your way, or 1 week not going your way, that's all right. It should, I think the best you can do is accept it and move forward. You have so much more to do, so much golf to play. And I think that's one of the things that the bigger tour players do better is acceptance of the result and just moving forward to make things better than what they were.
Oh, yes. You know that, you know, I mean, being on a golf course and making a career can be a lot of fun, but of course, a little very depressing indeed when the clubs are not doing what you want them to do. So, a mix of everything. So, what you need is a cool head and an ability to shrug off the bad holes and bad days. Inish, the breeze is quite a bit right now. And, guys who picked up shots early are going to reap benefits of that.
Yes, I think it's not a good sign for a golfer when you can see the rough around your feet fluttering as well. I think makes for an interesting read as well. But as we see, there's no runaway leader here, and as you have us on screen, we are here hosting you from the ABP studios, bringing you this live coverage on day number 3 of the Dream Valley Presents Vooty Masters.
And among the players back in action is the Order of Merit winner from 2022, Manu Gandas, who won last week.
And is the defending champion here
And
this
is
week
the
as well.
defending champion. I mean, it just kind of indicates how dominant he was in 2022 and later also. So it's actually a great season right now for him.
I think it's a great time to be on the Indian tour. Not sure where he ended up with that. We will know soon enough. This far 5 seems to be quite the treachery. A lot of trouble around. Manu taking a little time to accept where he hit his second there. There we have players plucking out a little grass, throwing it up in the air, trying to figure out the wind. A lot of the times, also, what happens is that with stronger winds, it's not just the wind that one has to contend with. A lot of the times, the wind is, as we say, swerving. So you might feel it coming off the right at one point, but it might just be a headwind and you can hit a very foolish shot just because you don't know the rub of the wind.
Meanwhile, there's just been a bit of correction from the scorer's tent out there. A little bit of a technical thing. All the three players in the lead group actually had a par on the par three second hole. So it was Shaurya, Rahil, and Angad. All of them had a par each.
And that was Karan with his wedge as we watch Sarthak from the right hand bunker. He seems to be on a little bit of a slope, ball above his feet, but shouldn't be too troubling. But he'd have to hit a good shot to get it close as well. So can't be sleeping on this one.
He did get onto the green, but a lot of work to do there.
Yes, and as we saw right after hitting the ball, he
Wasn't
moved
very
his face
happy.
away. But that goes to show the wind's actually very strong. And why we keep mentioning the wind is because it takes a lot of skill to control the golf ball as the wind keeps picking up. You'd see a lot more people missing fairways or not hitting their approaches as close as you would otherwise see if conditions weren't that windy. And as we see Adil Bedi, the third member of this group, the very, very long putt.
There's Sarthak there.
Sarthak now lining up his golf ball. It's quite interesting to see the routines and comforts of every player as well, the way they set it up and the way they like to go about things.
As they say, each shot matters. And when you have tight scoreboards like this, you don't want to give away an inch.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of the times it's not even a technical help that anybody's getting. I think it's just more with the comfort of a player. Has actually got nothing to do with what really helps you out there.
And then when you have breeze like what we have right now, it makes it even more tough.
I mean, with higher breeze, higher winds, even putting becomes a little tricky. And Adil would love to make this one and not have a three putt on this green. Adil taking his time, making sure he knows exactly what he has to do. He misses it on the other side,
Oh
and
my
he's
God.
also left himself, seems to be a good part of 5 feet.
That's the trouble, you know. You hit it a bit firmly, and if it misses, and when you have a speeds of just under 12 at 11.8 or something, and the breeze also not helping, it can become a little bothersome from the other side too.
Adil now carefully taking his time. An important one as well for momentum. I mean, a three putt hurts, but a four putt pinches you for a few holes to come.
Well, it does get it down. At least some. It must still be paining, but it just gets a little bit better. That's all.
Sarthak with his tapping. While he's tapping in, Mr. Swami, I'd like to ask you, you've watched golf for much longer than I have played it. What do you think? How do you think Indian golf, global golf, how do you think things have changed? How do you think competition and the way the players conduct themselves at tournaments
You
is
see,
different?
different things have happened at different levels. You know, I mean, going right from say the local tour, that is the domestic tour, the Tata Steel tour, Indian professional golf has actually made some tremendous strides. You know, the prize purses are pretty good. I can tell you that the PGTI Tata Steel Tour is actually one of the strongest in Asia, maybe apart from Japan and Korea. This is probably one of the most competitive ones, fairly lucrative, and it is now also started offering a very good pathway. And then when you move up, and then when you move up onto the Asians and European levels, the kind of golf that Indians have been playing has been fantastic. And of course, our stalwarts like Jeev, Arjun, Shubhankar, Shiv Kapoor have all, SSP Chaurasia, they all made a mark on the European tour also. And of course, Arjun Atwal stays as the only winner on the PGA Tour. And the other good thing is that the longevity of golf has now been on display with the likes of Jeev, Jyoti, and Arjun all making a mark on the seniors tour. So I think there's a lot to be said about that. And I think Jyoti topping the qualifying school for the Legends Tour, which is the senior version of the European Tour, and Arjun having a status in on the PGA Champions Tour, and Jeev, of course, having a status both in Japan and in Europe on the Seniors Tour. So there's a lot of golf all over the place. If you see Indians there, I would say that any Indian can be winning on an international tour any week. Unfortunately, we don't have a full-time player right now on the PGA Tour right now. But I would say Indian golf is in a pretty healthy state. Of course, we would like a few more wins. The prize money is going up. The competitiveness is going up, and the good thing is that there is a fair number of amateurs waiting to turn pro, and all of them are excellent. If you look at the likes of Shaurya, Aryan, Rupan, and all these boys have just come up, from the amateur ranks. I'm seeing Shaurya Bhattacharya, who's turned professional this year, and I think all these young lads have actually made the tour so highly competitive. And I think that is a good sign. I mean, you can never have fruits the moment you plant a tree. So we will have to wait for a couple of seasons for these results to actually now blossom.
I think I couldn't agree more with you there because I think the Indian tour is turning out to be, you know, how you when you watch a major these days and you feel like the guy who's ranked 120th in the world can also win the tournament. So over here as well, it feels like somebody coming out on tour fresh, 19, 20, like Shaurya. There's no doubt that him having 4 good days can actually win the tournament. As compared to, let's say, a decade back when he knew that there were a handful of players who were capable of winning. As we watch after the wait, Aman Raj's group, Aman Raj playing alongside Matthias and Saptak Talwar. Um, Apologies, Aman Raj is playing alongside Matthias and, Mikhail Ortolani and Prana Madigar. Aman, not surprisingly, in the middle of the fairway, finds himself 1 under par for the day at 8 under par, 5 behind Shaurya Binu, who's had a comfortable start.
Just to give you a quick update on the scores, Shaurya Binu continues to be right on top at 13 under. Matthias has made some ground with an eagle on that first. He's at 10 under, 3 shots adrift. Rahul Ganji has gained 1 shot, and he is now at 8 under. I'm sorry, he is at 10 under. So, I mean, there is a little bit of movement out there, but a lot of movement in the trees with so much of breeze out there. There you can see it on the screens. Makes for a lovely picture, but not the kind of a condition that players love.
Well, sitting in the com box, we can enjoy the lovely breeze on the screen and the lush green fairways and greens that the Vooty golf course has to offer. It does look pristine. I mean, every cut of grass, every cut of the fairway and rough, distinct from one another. It looks like a wonderful place to be, play golf. Of course, the players competing right now would be under a different stress.
Now, while I've not played even a fraction of the amount of golf that you have, Ainesh, but I still consider myself extremely lucky to be associated with a sport like this. What could be a better office than a golf course, to write about, to comment on, and to see some excellent young talent on display. And I'm sure you enjoy your golf as much on these lovely places. It beats sitting in an office in front of a computer with 4 walls around you any day. And so I think we're all fortunate to be in this golfing environment most of our lives.
Absolutely. And, I think enjoying competition, enjoying the ebbs and flows of what a sport has to offer is a great feeling in itself. And something from a different angle now as we watch this group teeing off. Saptak moving in the wrong direction through the first 4 holes. Is 1 over par for the day. He'd like to get that back to even and then go under par as well.
I just get the feeling that the back nine could be more kind of generous. We see Amardeep Malik and Dharma having picked up 4 shots each. They started from the 10th, and there's a lot of red numbers on the back line than the front, where the players are feeling the brunt of the breeze. Of course, Sisodia was one of those slightly better ones, or rather, the Wood had a good run, 4 birdies in his first 8 holes, and a drop shot on the ninth. He's made a fair amount of ground with a 3 under front line. It's never over till it's over. That's an old saying in golf, cliched as it might sound, but it really is. When the conditions are tough, 1 hole or 2 holes can make all the difference. And that's why there is so much of kind of a concern in the minds of the golfers there. There it is, coming in from the neighboring fairway. Pranav Madikar walking in from the neighboring fairway after having strayed there, while while Ortolani is in the bunker.
He's hit a
Top shot
very
of getting it. So
average
there
shot there.
shows the conditions are not easy out there right now.
Yes, as we see Mateus making a bogey on number 4 and dropping a shot after that eagle on number 1. So he's at 1 under par for the day, but nothing too damaging because Shaurya is an under par for the day as well. So he's not.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Making a little blemish on number 9. So he's 3 under par for the day. And M. Dharma and the recently married Amardeep Malik, both at 4 under par for the day, for their round. So they are having the hot round of the day going on.
A season for, or rather a season or a year of marriages, isn't it, Anish?
Yes, I think
A few of them.
given how they're playing, the lady luck is favoring them as well.
Exactly. So a good run in life and on the golf course, and I'm sure they want to extend it here this week.
Yes, and I think my advice to my close friends playing golf right now: get married, and you are going to see your fortunes turn for the better.
Or is it the pressure that you need to make more money to make sure the family is going and having good fun?
I think that could be it as well.
Greater
Something to get
motivation.
going.
Greater motivation.
Absolutely. And given how golfers are, they would do anything absolutely to just get better and play well as well. So, Mikhail there reading his greens the same way we've seen Shaurya Venu do it. A little technique called aim point.
You said you haven't tried it yet.
I have tried it. I think I wasn't smart enough to adopt it into my game. I think I still prefer being old school. I've personally as a player, I've never, tried things outside the norm. How comes overboard was there a little bit. And I think that is the thing as well. I think every third player now you see on any tour, they have something different. They could be the way they grip the club, or the length of their putters, or something just different than what you would see people doing a few years back. And I think the openness to try things to see what works for you is a lot more now than it was before.
Is it also because that there are so many options available? Maybe a few years ago there weren't as many options. So I suppose when you walk into a supermarket, or you walk into a big mall, you see that many different kinds of options. So is the situation with golf. I mean, there is a different kinds of clubs. There are, when you get onto a kind of a coach driving range or a practice green, the coaches are also the coaches also have different thoughts, and feel which they try to impart to their students. So I suppose it's all a matter of choices.
It is, but I also think Amanraj there with a little 360. As long as they go in the hole, you're fine. I think it's also to do with golfers as a breed. What I've learned is they don't like changes, but they want to try every change possible if they're not getting results at something, if they're frustrated with something. And I think if something works, nobody likes to change that at all when it comes to golf, because everybody realizes one thing, that the sport is so fickle that one little change here in feel, maybe not even visually or through numbers, just a little change in feel, and the whole game can go awry. I think everybody who's played golf, professional golf, they realize that you're playing great one day, you wake up the next morning and suddenly everything's off. So people don't like to change a lot of things until they're frustrated.
It's also a question of comfort. Once you get into the comfort zone, as they keep. I remember Jyoti, when he made a few changes, he used to say, "I need to trust my change, the changes that I've made in my swing or my stance or everything. When I get into the match mode, I mean the tournament mode, it is because if a couple of holes go bad, the tendency is to go back to what you've been doing for years. So you're neither here nor there. So you've got to be confident of the changes that you want to make. So I suppose it's all, those that small area which we call as the mind, where golf is played more than even on the golf course.
Exactly, I think, and that's a very well put thought as well. That there's nothing wrong with change. I feel if there is something that you're trying to build, but I think if you make a change and you think that it's going to just work in a month, and then you again don't find the results, and you make another change, and you keep making changes because, like you said, there are so many options. You never stick to one thing. You're never trusting what you really need to trust. As we watch a wonderful approach there. I think, if I'm not wrong, that was Sarthak on the par 3 eighth.
And here is Adil.
Adil now would love to follow suit there.
Talking of the changes, which a player makes, also the Indian Golf Tour, the PGT, Tata Steel PGTI Tour has made a lot of changes and all for good. Like the title sponsor of the tour, Tata Steel Group, is one of the top global steel companies with an annual crude capacity of over 33 million tons, which I'm sure, even as we talk, must be increasing. It is one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers with operations and commercial presence across the world. We also have Amritanjan Fruitnik Electro, Amritanjan Healthcare Limited, a 127-year-old company with a rich legacy and best known for its iconic brand, Amritanjan Pain Balm. I don't think there's any person who has not heard of it or used it. A purpose-driven and innovative company, Amritanjan Healthcare offers a versatile product portfolio. Water, of course, is essential for life, so dehydration occurs, and most on a golf course. So, Fruitnik Electro is a juice based electrolyte drink offered for the first time in India in a convenient PET bottle. It rehydrates, energizes, and helps to regain the electrolytes lost during sports, exercise, travel, and hot conditions, and of course, on a golf course. There is Bisleri International, one of our partners of the tour. The way they came out in spring water with a legacy of over 50 years, it has grown to become one of the largest premium beverage businesses in India. Being the makers of the country's largest selling packaged drinking water, Bisleri follows a stringent process of 114 quality tests and a 10-stage purification. So you can be sure of all that you see on the PGTI tour as partners and sponsors, etc., are of the highest quality. And talking of quality, nothing is better than the Rolex watches. The privileged association between Rolex and golf dates back to 1967 when the King, Arnold Palmer, became a Rolex testimony. This charismatic American, one of the golf's big three, contributed to popularizing the game and giving it a worldwide appeal. And Rolex, of course, also supports the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. So they are our partners, and they have made all the difference to what the players are now playing for. And we are now here in the second tournament of the new season 2024 at the Dream Valley Group presented Vooty Masters 2024. Rupees 1 crore as the prize money, and Manu Kandas is the defending champion.
You watch Angad take a swipe, and that was a run of our very prestigious, high quality sponsors. Some very popular brands in the mix there. And while we were going through that run, we saw Adil Bedi almost making a hole in one on number 8. We thought he'd do a good job if he could follow Sarthak. He did a better job and said, "What you can do, I can do better there." And Shaurya, the third member in this group, our leader currently, by a very frisky margin, though, just one, as there was a two-shot swing. Rahil made a birdie on number 4, and Shaurya made a bogey. So Rahil finds himself one shot adrift. Shaurya, who's at 12 under par, where he started the day, and Rahil now moving up to 2 under par for the day at 11 under par for the tournament.
I'm not saying that I have great admiration for Rahil just because he's my friend, but his tenacity, his determination, and his will to work hard and to keep stay there is just amazing. I've seen him, as I said, through a lot of highs, through a lot of lows. There was a time when he had no status on any tour when he came back from the web.com. Yet he smiled and says, I just need to get back there. And he sure did, through the qualifying school of the PGTI. And that was almost 8 or 10 years ago. And now here he is playing a bit here in India, playing a bit on the Asian tour. And of course, he won that title in Japan. So only one of the 3 Indian players to have won in Japan on the main tour. Jeev, Jyoti, and Rahil. Of course, later Ajitesh won a title on the Japan Challenge Tour. So Rahil's got a lot of pedigree. He's played across the world, very, very experienced, takes all the hits on his chin and always bounces back as he has been for the last couple of seasons. So a tremendous guy. So him getting close to Shaurya Binu, who was just 19, was not even born when Rahil turned pro. So I think he is going to give these young boys a run for their money.
Rahil's a very genuine, a very sweet, polite guy, a very approachable guy. But do you think the 19-year-old is going to be a little intimidated given he's right on his tail?
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, remember, as I was just mentioning, Shaurya has also trained a lot. Sardesai, who used to be or who is a contemporary of Rahil, but has to coaching. So I think I'm sure Tarun must have pepped up Shaurya also. And remember, I feel that young boys like you, Shumankar, Shaurya now, they don't get intimidated easily, do they?
Um, well, if it comes to a round between me and Shubhankar, I do try to intimidate him and try to poke him by saying that I hit it longer than you. Currently, given his form, my only way to beat him would be to trouble him mentally and disturb him a little. Um, he's playing as
Oh no, that
purely
man
as you
doesn't
can.
get disturbed easily. He doesn't get disturbed easily, does he?
That is true. That is true. But actually, I haven't gotten a chance to play with him for quite a while. Most of the times he's here. I think he travels so much. When he comes home, all he wants to do is put his feet up and not do anything at all.
A few years ago, talking about Shubankar, I mentioned to him when he was there at Carnoustie, saying that, one of the nicest things about one of the 4 meters, the open, is that it comes right around his birthday. So, like he made the cut right in the week of his birthday at Carnoustie. And he said, I'd love to make a cut every year and celebrate my birthday in that manner at the open. So, there's always these small, mini mental things, that keep perking you up. And I'm sure that's one of the things that Shubhankar keeps egging himself with. And last year's show at the Royal Liverpool, where Inish, you were also there, I thought it was such a proud moment to see Shubhankar notch up his first top 10 at a major and nothing less than an open, and the conditions were really not so easy. So I thought that was a big, big perk up for Shubhankar.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm sure many of these young lads out here would have seen that performance that week, and they would be also, wanting to emulate that.
Absolutely. And we were there last year as well in the stands, singing him a happy birthday. And which is a good reminder. I think he hasn't given us a proper treat for that birthday.
All right,
And
we're
for
going to
singing
button
for him
him.
there,
We're,
yes.
we're, we're going to hold him up, kind of, catch him this time at the Royal Troon.
And given on that performance as well, I think something that a lot of people don't see or they miss out on is the assumption is that someone who's coming from India has got great shot game and great putting, and that's how they perform there. But Shubhankar is one of the purest ball strikers on tour. I mean, he's one of the better ball strikers on the European tour. He's right up there with the top 5% of golfers who hit the ball really well. And he actually struggles with the short game and putting aspect of things. So because I remember the golfers he played with, especially when he played with Jason Day, and he was out striking him through the entire round, and everybody there could see it. Everybody who was watching him play live saw that. So I think Indian golf is picking up in the sense that players are more confident. They're hitting the ball further. They're striking the ball better. They have that strength to compete when it comes to ball striking with players. I think there's no reason why a ball striker like Rory cannot be on the tour currently here as well. So a good future, a fun future to look out for.
I find it sometimes amazing. I still see Shubhankar as a young boy, not even a lad, in his early teens, mid teens. And I always thought that he turned pro a bit too soon. But of course, that's a different argument and debate. He proved me wrong by some fantastic results. And last year, at one of the events internationally, he reminded me, he says, I'm no longer young. I've been on the tour for more than 10 years, which is just amazing just to realize that he's been on the tour for 10 years. My God. And just barely 27. He's come a long way.
That's a funny quip as well, because we've got a little group where Arjun Sharma and Shubhankar are a part of it, and he's the youngest one in that group. As we see Matthias
God,
with a near miss. There's a big breaker from left.
Exactly. He just kept going. So he's got as much of a putt coming back as he had while going for the first one.
And I remember this one time where all of us were there at his house in Chandigarh. And I think we told him to get us some water, or, you know, how friends banter with each other. And he was like, I hope you guys realize I'm like on the European tour. I'm like, I'm not like, he wasn't boasting, but he was trying to basically say, the way you guys are telling me to just fetch things for you.
He basically was trying.
Absolutely.
Okay, guys.
He's like, I mean, like, a little respect, I won't mind that.
But he's such a fun guy.
Oh,
Such a
absolutely.
fun
Yeah, I
guy.
think, and that's one of the things I've learned from him through the years. Is like the humility, and not because he's become a big golfer, and that you see humility then, but it's a good comeback part from Matthias. It's also he never takes a lot of things to heart, so you can joke around with him, and he's okay, and he doesn't really take things seriously that way. So you're always fine around him.
The another good thing that I find him, I might sound biased towards Shumankar, is that what he's doing for young golfers. He himself is so young, and what he does for really tiny tots in terms of through his foundation, taking some of the golfers down to Dubai to see an event as big as the Desert Classic. I saw a few kids out there like Chaitanya Pandey, Ojaswini Saraswat, and all. I mean, I think what he was doing for those kids was, fueling their dreams, seeing the likes of Rory McIlroy, and to be brought to a Desert Classic event by Schumacher, kind of really, kind of fires up these young minds to do even better, work harder. So I think that is something what he is really being an idol to these young stars. So hats off to Schumacher. And anyway, let's get back to the Vooty Masters 2024, where Shaurya Binu is holding on to a splendid lead, a lead which is now just one shot over Rahul Ganji.
Sabtak with the tidy, what you would call tap in, but I think it also goes to show how players are giving full attention to the 2 3 footers, would also mean that the greens aren't as straightforward and easy, one would say, as to just stand up and tap it in. So a little more thought is going into every putt.
Surely, with just four shots separating the top six, which includes both Rahul Ganji and Manu Gandas, every shot, every foot will matter. So I think it is really, really a tight battle out there at the Vooty Golf County in the 1CR Vooty Masters 2024. We are in the third round, the moving day of the second tournament of the new 2024 season on the Tata Steel PGTI Tour.
Mikhail now having an eventful day. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys, and a par on his scorecard today. A little downhiller there, and seems to have given it a great run, and he has made that wonderfully. A tiny little fist bump. He makes a few more of those. The fist bumps are going to get a little bigger as well. Aman for his tap in. Aman showing us why he's one of the top golfers in the country right now. A steady 2 under par for the day, birding hole number 4 and 5. He's at 9 under par for a tournament, 3 behind Shaurya, sitting tied third at 9 under with Matias Dominguez, the Chilean, who finds himself at 9 under par as well, alongside Angat Chima at 9 under. As we progress through the day, the winds seem to only be picking up in the comfortable strides of our players. We watch some highlights from the tournament. Um, you watch the beautiful putt by Mikel, the Italian, playing alongside Aman Raj. And this is the Dream Valley Group presents Vooty Master 2024 from Vikarabad, which comes in the state of Telangana, an hour from Hyderabad. The tournament boasts of multiple winners on tour, some order of merit winners, and the defending champ Manu Gandas. An interesting look here at Satak Talwar, the swing tracer. Bends his back quite a lot, gets down low. Mikhail here with a more on the ball setup, a very different approach into the impact than Saptak. It's the beauty of the sport. Different ways to do the same thing, different ways to get the result, as long as you're getting the result. As you watch Karan Pratap Singh playing alongside Sarthak Chibbar and Adil Bedi running his chip shot by a little. Karan Pratap, one of those aggressive and sometimes over aggressive golfers. One of his close friends, another young golfer, Manav Bais, he describes Karan's game in the best way. He says Karan stands in the tee and he doesn't see the fairway, he doesn't see anything at all, he can only see the flag.
That's an extremely nice way of putting it. Focus.
Absolutely. He said there's some default, there is some setting mistake in his nervous system where no matter how tough or how irrational a shot might be, he would only want to go for the flag. Sure, giving that a good swipe, getting some spin as well. Angad from a similar spot, left side of the green, has a little bunker and slope to contend with. Rahil also missing it on the left, seems to have found the bunker there. Sometimes being in the bunker is an easier shot than where Shaurya and Angad were, so see if he can do a better job than them. Yes, he can. Gets himself in a tap-in range, the best he could have hoped from. See the wind, we can see the flag fluttering. Group earlier, the flag were fluttering in a different direction, so the wind is swerving a little. Angad now taking his time to understand exactly what he needs to do. This putt is a little tricky, as we see players who've come from over this side of the green. A little more break and a little more slope to contend with, and like to make a better fist of it compared to what he did with the pitch shot. There's something that is a little tricky. He's giving it a little extra look than what he usually does. Yeah, I think he was never comfortable with that, never settled on the ball with confidence. He's left himself a bit over 6 feet. Sure, I know with a tricky downhill, but this would be a great up and down if he can manage to hold this. Got out of it early. There's just a little more break there than what players are seeing. It's been perplexing more golfers from that side of the hole. And that still has some work left. He has been putting okay today, so not struggling with the stroke, just has to get the read and the speed right.
Has the wind come down a bit, Anish, or am I seeing things?
I think it's calmed down a bit compared to the last half hour, but I think it's still fairly challenging.
Yeah, because I don't see the leaves moving as much as they did before. But, you know, conditions like these keep playing on the minds of the players. Nobody wants to give up ground on the third day because we are now into the business end of the tournament. There's a bit of replay there of the action just behind us.
Yes, and I think as soon as we have an update there, we'd see that there would be a slight change in the lead. Adil Bedi, after a wonderful tee shot on number 8, did manage to make a birdie, and he's gone out of the front nine at 33, 3 under par for the day. Moving along nicely, 7 under par for the tournament. And there we have the update for you. Rahil made a wonderful birdie on number 5, and he moves up to 12 under par. He's gotten into his work quite smoothly. Shaurya only managing a par there, so he still sits at 12 under par, even par for the day. Now we see Rahil sharing the lead now. Both of them 3 clear of the third position, which is solely held by the Chilean Mateus Dominguez at 9 under par, followed closely by 3 tour winners, Aman Raj, Manu Gandas, and Angad Chima at 8 under par. And you watch Saptak from over the hole, lipping that one out, burning the edge there.
So today the guys really making a move on the traditional moving. They have actually been Rahil Kanchi and Adil Bedi at 3 under each, and of course the big one, Dharma with 5 under, and Amardeep Malik at 4 under. Of course, none of them have finished their round as yet. Rahil, of course, still only through the middle of the front nine. And from the looks of it, it seems there are scores or there are some gains to be had on the back nine too. Nicely done. Rahil and Manu, of course, have been bogey free so far today.
Saptak for his tap-in, carefully going through his routine there. One from over the hole. I know it's tap in range, but still, these 2-3 footers on this green are tricky. Hole number 8, we've seen some splendid tee shots come off this hole. Let's see if Mikhail can post an iron shot close to the hole himself.
Of course, the other way. Takes a bounce and goes other way and just off the green.
It's going to be a tricky up and down for par from there. I mean, I know he's just off the green, but given that big hump on the left, the hole seems to be in a very small pocket on the green. If you get in the wrong
position
tier,
is pretty tough too.
Absolutely. I think Sampachari, the tournament director, having a little fun there with players.
Aman getting ready for that now.
Aman does play a fairly high ball flight, so if he can manage to get the distance right here, he should be able to stop it close to the green. He can carry it all the way to the flag, and like he's shown us that.
Oh, he's kept it within manageable limits. Yeah, because that mound, that drop there on the green, if you're pretty close there, it could drop pretty fast and get away from the hole and make it even worse.
And Aman would
Pranav?
like to get that short back that he dropped in the hole before this. Pranav, I think, would be a little more nervous starting the round, but a sole bogey on hole number 6 for him. One over par for the round, but he hits it a long way. I mean, if he gets a little more comfortable and hits a few more fairways, he could come back and post a good number as well. So, see what he has to offer here. Some lovely camera work there following the golf ball, and I think that's the difference between what Aman did with his ball flight, because he can take it up higher than what usually players
But
play.
still, this is not going to be easy, even for a second shot. He could actually be, kind of still not any closer or to finishing that hole. I mean, it's that pin position is really really testy.
Absolutely, I think it's that one little small pocket. I think it's accessible if you hit a good shot, but then if you miss it, then a decent shot could be in trouble as well.
Look at that! Look at that! Absolutely straight.
Yes, I think Rahil was not looking at it in concern. He just admired his own tee shot so much that he just wanted to stay there in his follow through. Rahil, I think, at least last I saw of him, plays a more piercing, flatter ball strike. His ball flight's a little more through the wind rather than riding it. He packs a punch with his ball striking. Mikhail now with his cap off, trying to gauge what he needs to do. I think he's got multiple options. I mean, he could take it directly over the hump and try to stop it, or roll it to perfection and hope that it trickles down to the flag, or maybe play it where Aman Raj is, try to avoid the hump as much as you can, and then trust yourself with an 8 footer, 10 footer coming back for par. Multiple options for him there.
Doing a bit of gardening there, Ortolani. Sure, I was going to face some problems getting this.
It wasn't a tough spot he put himself there in.
You seemed to be a bit tentative when you talked about nervousness earlier during our chats, and I think, oh, that was a nice one, but it just fell inside.
Yeah, I think Ortolani just took that option, the safer option, saying that, you know what, I'll trust my 8 footer coming back for par. So trying to hit a heroic shot, go with the flat stick. Angad also in a spot of bother there. It's not an easy shot. Ball below his feet, severe downhill slope, and the ball seems to be nestled inside the rough. I think he needs to just pop it out and let the ball do its thing. I mean, it's easier said than done. But he's got great hands, so see that was the risk always because sometimes when the ball is deep in the rough, you're not sure whether it's all the way down or it's propped up in the grass. So what might look like uh, the ball being in the base, sometimes it's just a little higher. It's just above the ground, so the club goes under the ball a lot easier, and it's much easier to fluff your chip shot, not get the right strike as we saw with Angad.
Rahil there. I think he's made some good ground today. Off the green, using the putter. I'm sure he'd be happy with the par out here.
Ooh, that being a little
Now,
lapse in concentration, I think.
just a bit too hard. He stroked it a bit too hard, I have a feeling.
Aman there doesn't seem to be too thrilled with picking up his ball out of the hole. I'm assuming he narrowly missed his birdie there, so it won't be back-to-back birdies for him. He did manage to birdie number 7 after making a bogey on number 6. Mikhail Lani now on our screens on the right for his par attempt. I think given where he left himself with the tee shot, he did a fairly good job. More so if he can make this putt. And it's a disappointing bogey for him. As the day is progressing, currently the flavor of the day seems to be people do pick up a couple of shots, but give one back as well. As we just watched Mikhail make a bogey on number 8 after making a birdie on number 7. Matthias had a wonderful start with an eagle on the first, but has since made a bogey and a double, so he's 1 over par for the day. The only man who seems to be flowing in the zone today seems to be M. Dharma, who's 5 under par for the day. Going along strongly, finds himself propelling inside the top 10. And Shaurya now, after that pitch shot from a rather uncomfortable spot, a good run on the putt, but would miss out, leaving himself a 3 footer. Pranav now, after being over the hole, in a better spot than Mikhail, but still has a better half of the 5 footer, and then he makes a putt. Makes a par as well, so Pranav not having a very smooth day, but not giving too many shots away as well. So Angad now with his second chip shot. We saw him fluff a shot from that thick rough over the hole. It's a better chip shot, leaving himself a tap in.
Well, he's got his tap in there. Still a bit of a droop out there for Angad.
Right now, we've already seen a three putt here from Adil. So this green seems to be a little more troubling and tricky for players. Rahul's having a good day though, and
Oh,
it's a disappointing lip out for him.
not a happy one.
It's a disappointing three putt because he was going along very smoothly.
Takes the edge out of.
He was one of the fewer players today having a bogey-free day, and around the top of the leaderboard, we now only have Manu, who is blemish-free. He's gone with a smooth 32 in the front nine, it's 4 under par for the day, and finds himself two adrift. Wouldn't Manu like to make this 2 out of 2 for this season and defend this championship?
And is in a hurry to get back to the DP World Tour.
Absolutely, he's got a flavor for the European tour there, and I think Shaurya there's steady with his tap in. Speaking of which, Om Prakash had a quaint start yesterday, but not that bad. Shot a 1 under par round as opposed to Shubhankar's even par. So definitely no nerves for him there.
It'll be nice for Om Prakash to get a result or good result or two because that will help him build confidence after a couple of missed cuts. I think that's a new territory for him playing on the European tour. So, once you get onto the DP World Tour, I think you do need to get adjusted to those courses, the green speeds, the conditions, etc. And then, of course, the early part of the season, you're playing in the Middle East and then in Kenya before you get to, say, Southeast Asia like Singapore and then come to India for the Indian Open. And I think then they move to Europe.
I think more than the golf as well. That's a wonderful tee shot by Matthias. I think more than the golf, also when you move out to a tour internationally, I think it's just elements outside of the golf as well that you need to get used to, and it takes time for that.
True, absolutely.
I think which is why what players like Shubhankar, Jeev, um, SSP, Anirban, they've managed to do is quite commendable. They've not only gotten there, they've also found a way to stay there and be competitive.
Absolutely. That is the key. You need to be able to stay there. And I think that will be what is the key. I think that is what has been outstanding about Schumacher. He's managed to stay on the European tour for quite a few years now, almost 5 years or so, since the time he actually won two tournaments in quick succession. but he's not been able to get that third win. And I'm sure it must be right there foremost on his mind as we get a shot right next to the pin.
Arnold's got a very sure, swift routine. Doesn't take much time over the ball.
Something had a nice one there.
Aaron also one of those guys who plays a high ball flight, and Saptak's tee shot as good as what Adil managed to do early on, and all three tee shots are as good as they can be after watching Matthias with his tee shot. One wouldn't have thought that his playing partners would be able to oust him there, but they did, showing immense ball striking skills. As we stand, no one wants to actually take the lead. Shaurya makes a bogey, and Rahil says, "You know what? I will follow suit and make one with you." Both of them find themselves at 11 under par. Those of you joining us today, we started this day, round number 3. We're bringing you this live coverage sitting in the ABP News Studio in Noida. We are covering the 2024 Dream Valley Presents Vooty Masters from Vikarabad. As the day started, Shaurya Binu was the sole leader at 12 under par. And as we progressed through the day, the wind was quite strong. And as we see on our screens, the wind has died down a little bit, making scoring conditions a little easier. We might see a few more scores now. There has been a slight change atop the leaderboard. We find ourselves currently leading the tournament with Shaurya Binu and Rahil Gangji at 11 under par, followed by the defending champ and previous season Order of Merit winner Manu Gandas, sitting pretty at number 3 alone at 10 under par. As we watch our currently fourth in the rankings, Aman Raj, 2 under par for the day, 9 under par through the tournament. So that's where we stand. A lot of players still in the mix. Saptak, after that wonderful tee shot, does not need any time. Straight away goes ahead and taps in for his birdie. So Saptak was making a move in the wrong direction. 2 par for the day, would finally make a birdie, and maybe that gets his motor running. And we see him making a few birdies coming in, and Pranav now on the fairway, one of the longer hitters on tour. Had a rather unceremonious start on the first with an out of bounds. Managed to make a par there, but now seems to have steadied the ship a little. 1 over par for the day, and having a smoother run heading into the back nine. Matthias now on the par 3 after that wonderful tee shot, which was made to look a little more average compared to what his playing partners did, but a wonderful tee shot nonetheless. He finds himself in a makeable range. So Aman Raj missing a birdie putt from here. Let's see if he gets the read better. He misses out as well. A lip out from Matthias. After that blistering start with an eagle on the first, he seems to have been going cold with his striking and putter.
There's really been no big movement so far, except from, say, Manu Gandas, who's been 4 under through the front line. And of course, as we mentioned before earlier, Dharma has been 5 under. through 12 holes. The others have been, as Ainesh says, one step forward, two backwards. So things have been up and down for the rest of the players. Angat Chima dropping three shots already on the front line. Not a happy situation. Rahil Kanji has moved up and gone to 11 under, despite that bogey on the sixth. He has joined Shaurya Binu on the top of the leaderboard. Shaurya had a birdie start but gave away shots on the fourth and sixth and is actually one over for the day. So that means there's been a three shot swing between Rahil and Shaurya over the first 7 or 8 holes. So both of them are tied at 11 under with Manu Gandas, the man who's come off a win and is also the defending champion. He is 4 under through the front line and one shot behind the co-leaders. So at 10 under, Manu ready to make another challenge and go for back-to-back wins.
Yes, I think currently, given the leaderboard, if I had to make an early call, I would put my money on Manu. Given what we know he's capable of, and also proving his form with the win last week. Aman with a longish attempt on number 9 for his 3. Gave it a good run, but overborrowed there a little and got the speed slightly wrong. So he would have a tester coming back for his par. This should be a good par for Mikhail if he can manage to hold this part. He's again, if you take a look at his group, quite unique in its own way. He had a long bunker shot to contend with, and that's a lovely 4. Not an easy thing to do. There held his finish, kept watching it till the end, but narrowly missing out on his three there. That would have steadied the ship quite a lot for him, brought him back to even par after 9 holes for the day. Would have been a comfortable start for him on the 10th, but not to be. But positives moving into the back nine. He is striking it more confidently, hitting a few more fairways, hitting a few more greens. Aman Raj now, he would like to make this. And I think, as much as I followed Aman Raj and watched him play golf, he usually returns his putts, the 5-6 footers, with confidence. And he does that again.
The spring in the walk there.
It's almost challenging the back nine, telling the back nine that I'm coming for you. Sure, now on hole number 8, we've seen some great iron striking on this hole by previous groups. We've also seen what can happen if you miss it on the wrong side. Wonderful shot by Shaurya. No problem there. He's going to have the flat stick out, move to the green, thinking of making that putt. Right now, I mentioned he takes a flatter ball flight. He's not getting the same spin and missing it out on the right side. We'll have to see what lie he draws up. And Angad, the third member on this group, found himself in a little trouble with his short game on the previous hole, but he's one of those pure ball strikers. He has all the flights that one would want to play, so he'd have this shot measured. If he can just execute the shot right, there's no reason why he can't put it in tapping range. Angad right on cue, doing exactly what I thought he was capable of doing. Without a doubt, one of the better tee shots on this green. And he's also going to have the putter rolling off.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
The confident strides of Varun Chopra, Saptak Talwar, and Matthias Dominguez. They move towards the ninth green. Saptak having the putter out early, making our job easier. We know he's hit the green.
The greens here are quite big. They afford you a lot of land to get your ball on to the dance floor. But of course, in and around the pins, Sampachari has made sure that it is a challenge. So while you can get onto the greens, but getting that ball to drop finally still requires a little bit of work. There it is downhill, you miss the hole, and away it runs, pushing back to almost 8 or 9 feet for the return putt.
Something now from a similar range to where we found Aman Raj earlier on. Let's see if he gets the speed right. He does indeed do a better job than what Aman did. But the result's going to be the same. Aman managed a two putt from there, so will Saptak. Saptak tapping out. Saptak will finish his front nine in 37. Not the start he'd hoped for, but as we've seen him previously on tour, he's very well capable of shooting a low number in the back nine and making a comeback in the tournament. Varun now with his attempt, as we've seen, he comes over the ball and quickly takes a stroke. And that's a lovely read by him and a lovely execution. Scoring doesn't seem to be that easy today because we haven't seen anybody really make a run at the lead. I mean, the leader is still at the same score as where they started. Manu seems to be the only one in and around the leaderboard who's caught up slightly. He still finds himself too adrift. So no one's really challenging for a score ahead of what they started the day at. Matthias now with a comfortable stroke. This group safely finishing the front nine. Indeed, what the powerful swing of Shaurya Binu. A careful onlooker in Angachima. The interesting foot movement there. Varun Chopra now another one of those strong ball strikers.
Now, at the end of the front nine of the third round, with Shaurya Binu again slightly ahead by one shot. That birdie on the seventh helping him to get back to 12 under, which is where he began the day. And Rahul Kanji, 2 under for the day, is one behind after being 3 behind at one stage.
Now leader group all having teed off of number 9. Only Angad managed to make a birdie on the short par 3 number 8. Angad's having a surprising day by his standards, 2 over par for the day through the first 8. Shaurya had a great opportunity at birdie as well on number 8, but only managing a par. But he did manage to make one on number 7, so he's even par for the day, sitting atop the leaderboard at 12 under par. Oh, now struggling there. He went a little astray there and hit his tee shot, missing the green. Tried to come out of the trees and missed again. So he has his work cut out there to try getting out of the trees, getting on the green. Still Pranav's turn to play. It's never a good sign when you still have the honor. He's struggling on hole number 10. He's still not managed to get on the green.
He's been to a lot of places that he wish he hadn't gone. I mean, and I think, as you said earlier, I mean, signs of nerves. I mean, he is playing with two fairly, kind of successful players. at this level. So I suppose he's also trying to, keep his own, kind of nerves in check, and that sometimes creates more tightness. Matthias is having a bit of a roller coaster ride. An eagle on the first, a double bogey on the sixth, birdies on seven and nine, and a bogey on four also. So there it is. All of it. He's just managed four pars out of nine holes on the front nine, one under for the day. Sometimes the game can really be frustrating. You get eagles and birdies, but that one or two errors compound and they cost you a lot, like the double bogey did for Matthias. Coming back to this man, Rahil Ganji.
Forever's got that pep in his stride, very sure of what he's doing.
Has he run off the green?
I'm not sure where he ended up, but we'll know soon enough.
It's a fairly big green, but the pin is right at the other end.
Mikhail with that little jump suggesting the putt was closer than we could see. Aman Raj closing out, tapping in. Shorter now from a very good spot on hole number 9. That's a wonderful approach by him. Shaurya is now finding the rhythm that we saw him carrying on for the first 2 rounds.
Run out, leaving the flag stick there, trying to get his tap in. He does. Anish, tell me, does it make so much of a difference? Many of these guys, there are times off and on, or it's just a habit. Some of them sometimes like to, keep the flag stick there, and some of them are so particular, even when they're putting from very long distance.
I think that's one thing that I did try for some time to see whether it makes a difference or not. I think I think it's a very 50-50 science. I feel, for me personally, visually, it impairs my ability to think that I'm going to make the putt because it makes me feel like the holes become smaller. And whereas with a lot of players, it gives them like a target to sort of putt at. I think from what I've seen and the research done, I think it really is one's personal preference. I think, especially on faster greens, it makes more sense to have the flag out because you're going to hit putts which would reach the hole slower. But on greens, what we might encounter on other golf courses, not this one, where the greens are a little slower, you'd hit the putts a little more firmly. So in that case, you might want the flag in. But I think the research till now is very 50-50, which is why I think it's a personal preference more than an actual science to what might one do. Rahil did hit it a little over the flag, a little aggressive with his approach.
That's a pretty decent putt, but it's still some, not exactly a giveaway. It's not a given.
I think
Rahul.
that's the flavor of the day as well. We've seen a lot of players, especially outside 15 feet, uh, not very comfortably putting it in tap and range. Even with their chip shots, we've always seen them sort of being around the 5-6 feet mark rather than the 2 footer that usually you'd expect players of this caliber to put their short game shots in.
Maybe, some of the earlier putts which have actually gone away on the other side when the stroke has been firm may have made them a bit more circumspect and try to hold it a little bit in terms of what they do, or like the power that they put in, or the movement. So which is why maybe they've left it a bit short, maybe a foot or two less than what it needs to be.
Angad, now what I would presume is for a birdie, a little outside Shaurya's approach shot there. Angad made a wonderful putt on the first for his par, but has been struggling ever since with the flat stick. Rahil now had that unfortunate three-part on number 6 wood. From a similar range, the second part was as long as this one which he missed. He'd like to make a better stroke here. Hoping for that break, and it just did not come back far enough. It's a little untidy from him, but he's still going to go in the first 9 at 1 under par for the round. Shaurya now has a golden opportunity here to have a two-shot swing. If he manages to make this, he's going to be 3 clear of Rahil.
That was a decent length putt there by Shaurya. That should give him a lot of confidence.
Martin with that quick setup and trigger pull. As we now make our way onto the back nine, all groups have finished playing the first nine. Shaurya going along steadily now after that birdie on number 9, 1 under par for the day, 13 under par for the tournament, finds himself 3 ahead of Manu Gandas and Rahul Gangji. Manu making the right move today at 4 under par for the day, bogey free. And Rahul Gangji started off well, but has since come back with a couple of bogeys on number 6 and number 9. So he's at 1 under par for the day as well. He hasn't gained a shot on Shaurya. Finds himself 3 shots adrift.
So it's been a pretty up and down front line. All the players barring Manu Gandas actually having shown a bit of an up and down trend. Shaurya stays in lead at 13 under, 3 shots ahead of Manu Gandas and Rahul Gangji. Aman Raj is tied fourth with Matthias at 9 under. It's been 3 birdies and 2 bogeys for Shaurya. Manu has had 4 birdies against no bogeys, and Rahul 3 birdies against 2 bogeys. Aman Raj 3 birdies, 1 bogey. And Matthias, a roller coaster, an eagle and a double bogey, 2 birdies and another bogey. So a lot of action on the front line, but the lead stays with Shaurya by 3 shots over Manu and Rahul Gangji. That's a nice one dropping there. Matthias making all efforts to stay on and contend. And here is Varun Chopra. Not been a great start. 2 bogeys on the front line. The third player in the group, Saptak, has had 1 birdie against 2 bogeys. One cleans up for his par. Pranav Mardikar, tap in for him. He's got the flagstick there in place, obviously comfortable with that. Tap in there. Amarraj walks away.
Now we Kshitij Navid call on our screens.
That's another young man who's been having very average seasons for the last couple of years.
And we see down the leaderboard, we have some good names there as well. Like we have Kalin Joshi, who's at par for the tournament. We have Pukhraj Singh Gill, Arjun Bhati, Udayan Mane, of course. In the middle of the pack, all these guys, some good players. Not having the best of weeks, but also having made the cut. So can't be complaining too much. Matthias now on hole number 11, taking a strong swipe. On the par 3 is a lengthy one. It's over 210 yards. And by the looks of it on the screen, there's a lot of slope as well. And if there's a lot of slope you can see on the screen, it must be more severe in person. Tough spot this one as well, this flag position. On an already relatively tough scoring day. And Dharma is having the best day going so far of the pack at 5 under par, still closely followed by Amardeep Malik at 4 under par and Manu Gandas, of course, at 4 under par. The only player, I think, in the field who's bogey free.
Manu wants to make sure that he's not forgotten after a season of not playing in India but playing internationally.
Absolutely making his impact from the first tournament itself. And Varun now from the far left, suggesting he's playing a high fade onto this flag. And maybe comes up a little short. This can't be that easy because this is quite a long hole. It's over 210 yards and the flag positions in the back part of the green. And the wind in this case would not help the ball stop because it's in the back. And the slope's running away from the flag. So not the most ideal tee shots, not the most ideal conditions for this tee shot. Saptak favoring the left side of the green. I think that's not a bad way to go about it. I think he's planned that way. He's told himself that it's not an easy shot if you tag the flag. To take your medicine, give yourself a 25-30 footer. A par.
Imagine by Dream Valley.
As we get back to our leader group on hole number 10,
Shaurya 13 under, Manogandas 10 under with Rahil Ganji, Aman Raj and Matthias at 9 under.
if you take a look at the leaderboard as well, you see Manu having a very odd start to his tournament as well. He started with a 74. Well, one of the very few players around the top of the leaderboard who started with an over par round. Came back strongly with an 8 under par round. So, an unusual start. He is making a comeback. So, he is showing his authority. He is showing why he's done what he's done in the past. Matthias now a tricky position, and Varun coming up a little short on that shot. So he's in the bunker. He's got a tricky little shot going for him here. Everything's running away from him. And on our screens on the left, Angad hoping for a better run with the flat stick, starting this back nine. Shore now with his putt on number 10. Just needs to get there a little and it just falls right at the end.
Tantalizing.
Shore seems to have now found the rub of the greens, seems to have found the swing. It seems to be a lot more settled as compared to what he was doing in the middle of the round. I like his approach. I like how he's embracing the position he's put himself in. Rahil now for his, I can't say tap in, and Rahil just sort of the wheels coming off a little for him there. Varun, given how tough his bunker shot was, has left himself in a decent position. Could call it a makeable range for his par. Underbore the break there. They could have hit a little more firm going uphill. But kudos to the greenskeeper and the maintenance staff. The greens in the golf course look in pristine condition. They look pure. Matthias, for his par, was in a troubling position but had a good approach shot back to this par 3. Seems to be a little breaker from the left. Read perfectly and perfectly executed as well. So a good par for him on number 11. Something after that. Careful, measured tee shot. Played it on the left side of the green, give himself a good long putt. Shouldn't be a problem for him at all. Just making sure he has all his routines perfectly set in as we've seen him through the day. He does a good job of it. M. Dharma showing his class, making another birdie on number 7. He's now 6 under par for the round, 7 under par for the tournament. So he's making a big move up the leaderboard. Finds himself tied 7th with Adil Bedi, who's also having a good day at 3 under par for the round.
Which really means that if you can get into the right places, there are some low scores to be had. And Dharma is showing the way today. But remember, Manu is right now on the back nine, and that's been the most scoring half of this course. So there could be something more to come from our defending champion. Meanwhile, Shaurya Binu, hoping to take this title away from Manu, is now 14 under and has a really handy 4-shot lead over the field.
Yes, 3 birdies in the last 4 holes for Shaurya. So we know that the big stage is not phasing him at all. Pranav now giving it a little more aggressive run, but fairly decent job coming off that slope. Angad now on the long par 3 11th. Seems to be taking a little hybrid. Doesn't seem to have found the putting surface. Rahil now, can he get the rhythm back? That he started his round with. Hoisting it up high in the air with a slight draw. Seems to be right on line. As the looks of it, coming up a little short. So he's going to be in the similar territory to where Varun was. Not an easy bunker shot if he finds himself there. Everything is running away from him. Mikhail now, a little outside the hole, and that had no break at all. I think he just overthought what was happening on that putt. He'd like to get that stroke back. Pranav now also seems to be a little over 3 feet. He's one of those players who likes the flag in rather than out. Shaurya there seems to be the only one who found the putting surface on number 11.
But he's got a bit of a curler there. It's not going to be easy there. I'm sure from here, if he gets a two putt, he should be happy enough. The 11th is a tricky par 3. A par would be good enough because the dangers of dropping a shot here are very, very high.
Right in similar territory to where Varun was. Varun managed to hit it to about 10 or 12 feet. I think that's almost as good as one can do from that spot because everything is just running away from the flag and it's quick. Let's see what Rahil can manage to do. Yeah, I think that's about 15 feet from the flag. It's almost as good as one can do from there. It's not an easy shot to miss it to the right, which is why I think what Saptak did was a smart play. He didn't take the bunkers on at all. Said it's a long hole. Pars are not that easy to come by here. Rahul on looking, what I would assume would be Angad's second. Angad going the other way. He's taking the aggressive route, taking that slow pawn and getting the ball to trickle back. I'm not sure why he did that. Maybe he didn't have a line to the flag directly, or it was just too risky to play a softer shot because he still has roughly the same distance that Rahil has for his par. So, not sure the thought process behind that choice. But Shaurya now would have another attempt at birdie, and as we told you before, he's made three in the last four. So even though this is a lengthy part, I think he has his eyes set in to make another one here. I gave it a good run from there, got the speed right, just didn't manage to hold it. But he's going along steady now. He definitely has a number. He definitely has a score that he wants to put out starting tomorrow. And now lining up his ball for his attempt at par after that rather unusual approach of a chip shot. Still has a little over 15 feet left. And he curls it in from the back of the hole. That should amuse him. A funky par if there ever was one. Now, Rahil would be desperate to make this one after a couple of blemishes and a few short putts missed. Rahil again, been the flavor for him for the last few holes. Burning the edge again, but not managing to hold it. Well, now just off the green, he has that large slope and some fringe to contend with. It's not going to be an easy two putt from there. That's a great putt by him. But that still leaves him to about 5.5 feet coming back, despite judging that putt almost to perfection. Matthias now, which I would assume is a tougher putt because he's got not only just the slope to get over, but also the side slope to contend with. He's taking his time carefully. A lot of the times I've seen on these greens, it's not just about hitting the perfect putt or trying to hold it. You also need to understand if there's a tricky putt like this one, where to actually leave the second putt coming back. There's no point trying to hold it and then missing the one coming back. See, this was a tougher putt for Matthias. He almost wanted to slow it down from the fringe, but he hit the fringe a little too early. Now he's got left over 10 feet for his second there. So greens are seeming to be troubling the players more than we anticipated. Matthias there after that missed second, and he still left himself around 3 feet coming back, which is not going to be very easy to begin with. Manu having fallen slightly off the train with a bogey on number 10. He finds himself 3 under for the round, 9 under for the tournament. And we have 4 players now tied at 9 under par, which should change once the score for Matthias is updated. But that would mean that Shaurya Binu, for the time being, is currently at least 5 ahead of the chasing pack. Suffolk not getting the break right there, showing the agony that he is in, not getting a putt to fall in. Varun with a lovely 2 putt given where he was. Wasn't an easy feat, but he does get it. Does manage to get off the green.
Steel. And this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
A punch around the leaderboard.
See, it's also a question of the man that we expect, or rather the boy that we expect to be nervous, has controlled his nerves better than maybe the more seasoned ones. Manu also dropped a shot. So there is hardly anyone, if any, who's actually without a bogey on this scoreboard right now. But Binu's also managed, despite his bogeys on the fourth and sixth, to pull in a few birdies, four of them actually, to ensure that he is still in the driver's seat.
Yes, and I think it's also judging the conditions. It's also being patient and just believing that the score is out there. You don't have to try anything. You just do what you've been doing for 2 days, and he's quite beautifully showing it as we watch on our split screen. Mikhail on our right with his iron shot, and Dhruv figuring out his putt, short little putt on feed number one. I'm not sure where Mikhail's tee shot ended up. We'll know soon enough. Dhruv now seems to be putting from 3 or 4 feet, but is aiming outside the hole on the left, so that would indicate this putt has a little break, and he does. He holds it quite beautifully. He's playing alongside Manu Gandas, who is having a very good day. He's still having a good day. He's just made a little blemish on the number, on the back nine on number 10. 3 under par, still a very good round on the day. On our screens, we watch the leader group walking on the perfectly cut fairways. Angad now with his approach. Angad would like to make a little comeback. He's 2 over par for the day. But he has some good opportunities, as Mr. Swami had told us that the back nine's been a lot more scoring compared to the front nine, as has been the day, as has been on this day as well. Players who started off on the back nine, in the middle of the pack, on the back of the pack, have managed to push their campaign a little forward by making a few early birdies. Angad leaning left again, which means he might have pushed it a little. And that seems to be The run on this hole, everybody seems to be on the right side and making sure they don't miss it on the left and don't short side themselves. They'd rather take on the big slope than attack the flag. Not sure where Rahil is. Shaurya's got the putter out, indicating the second ball that we saw on the green is his. Naman Raj now in between the shadow of those two palm trees in the bunker, getting a feel of what he needs to do, where he needs to pitch it. Ball seems to be a little below his feet. It always makes the shot a little tougher, a little more tricky. I think he's done wonderfully there. Left himself a little short, but I think if he pitched it on the green, would have run a little more. So he'd have a better part of 7 or 8 feet left for his par. Mikhail now. You know where his t-shirt ended up. Little left, middle of the green. He's got a putt for birdie, a little lengthy putt. Not a bad stroke. He's a little short and a little left. Ryan in a spot of bother takes a big swipe. Managed to hit a fairly decent shot given the difficulty of that bunker shot. But that would mean that he has over 20 feet left for par. Long attempt for Shaurya. That's a lovely putt from there. He's definitely sure of what he's doing. He knows exactly what he wants to do and he's executing it perfectly now. Angad, I think, is coming from an easier angle there. He's got a little more uphill and a little less right to left, but it still won't be very easy. As we've seen, the green speeds are a little tricky and he's coming off a big slope as well. His caddy telling him exactly the point from which he wants him to take the ball and stroke it over. make the putt and move on to the next one. And he like to put it as close to the cup as Shaurya managed to. It's not an easy putt. We've seen that before. Got the break a little wrong, but well done on the speed. Shouldn't be a problem coming back and tapping that in. Rahel now he's finding trouble and more trouble as he's progressing through this round now, unless he can make this par attempt. Oh, he comes excruciatingly close, leaves it an inch short of the hole. That would be disappointing. Rahel trending in the wrong direction for now. Angle from roughly 3 feet would be a good two putt for him.
That was a nice, confident stroke, and I think he needs a few more of that to show that he's very much still in the frame. This early stretch of tournaments on the PGTI are extremely important for all these players because in the next month, and especially in the month of March, there is a lot to look forward to all these boys. Shaurya, 2 feet, maybe less. There, and it goes. Two Challenge Tour events, and then the Hero Indian Open, which dollars and opens up a whole tour itself as a result of the fantastic partnership between the PGTI and the DP World Tour and the PGA Tour, which offers a tremendous and a highly exciting passage into the higher echelons of international golf. Manu experienced that last year. Om Prakash Chauhan is experiencing it right this year. And many of these young lads playing here can actually aspire to them. A win, as it happened for Om Prakash Chauhan, opened up new doors for him. And Manu Gandas knows how good it is to play at such levels. Also, he played alongside Shubhankar Sharma, a childhood friend of my co commentator Ainish. Who knows what it is to be at that level, having seen tournaments with Schumacher at that level. So I think the kind of advantages young boys like this, Pranav Mardikar, have, and now international stars like Matthias Dominguez and Mikhail Ortolani have realized that they have come here. There are Indian boys, Indian origin boys like Varun Chopra. They realize that it is so vital and so crucial to play on tours like PGTI, which offers them a great passage. So I think, all in all, what is happening is that there is a new huge sea change in the Indian golf horizon on the platform, which has actually opened a lot of doors, made the bank balances fatter, and of course, there are so many more opportunities for these young lads, not only for the young pros, but also for the amateurs who have a lot of professional dreams.
Yes, and I think for guys like Shaurya, a win would also mean that he gets to play the Indian Open, which is going to be huge for anybody because you're either already qualified for it through the rankings based on the order of merit, and those who haven't qualified, the only opportunities they would have is through a win before the Indian Open for an automatic qualification. And as we watch Shaurya, he's taking the tournament by the scruff of its neck. He's got a 6 shot lead over the field now at 15 under par. He's going along very steadily. And he doesn't seem to be letting up. He seems to be giving himself more opportunities while the other players are seeming to be faltering a little bit. And Aman Raj will be disappointed with that pitch shot on number 15. Yes, he hasn't moved. He's still looking at it. He's still not sure how he messed that up. But he would have to scruff that off, move forward. Confident and sure of what he's doing. Pranav now, the only one on the green here, has a lot of break and uphill to contend with. Got the speed right, couldn't get the break right, but all in all, not a bad result from the distance he was at. Imdan must finish his round. Lowest score of the day by far, 6 under par. Made a healthy move up the leaderboard, finishing at 7 under par for 3 rounds. Aman Raj now after that disappointing pitch shot. Can he cover up with a putt? I think give it a good run, but overboard on the break there, leaving it over the hole. Should be tapping in without a problem. He'd be disappointing by taking 3 strokes from that pitch. Seems to be the trend today. Everybody started off well, Started off catching up to Shaurya, our current leader, and then everybody's faltered slightly after that, and Shaurya's just picked up more strokes along the way. So
I think that from that point of view, Shaurya has been extremely impressive. I think those two drop shots were all now almost seem like a blip on the fourth and sixth. He's had four birdies since then. In contrast to Rahul Ganji's flying start of three birdies in first four holes, he's had three bogeys since then and no birdies and fallen back to par for the day. So basically, on a moving day, it's the leader who's made the biggest move as he's stretched his lead to six shots, and that is huge. Of course, sitting on a big lead going into the final round is never easy. It always has its own pressure, but so far, Binu has showed that he's mentally as strong as he has been in terms of his game. The Vooty Masters 2024 presented by Dream Valley Group, and you're seeing live action from the Vooty Golf County in Vikarabad. This is the second tournament on the 2024 season of the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. The first event of the season was won by Manu Gandas, the 2022 Order of Merit winner, who then went on to play on the DP World Tour. And also the qualifying school winner here, Matthias Dominguez of Chile, also making a run. He's very much there on in the frame in a big group of four people in tied second place at 9 under. Manu Gandas, Aman Raj, Matthias, and Rahil Ganji, all of them at 9 under, trying to chase Shaurya Binu, who seems to be slowly but steadily running away from the rest of the field and is now 15 under on a course which has been easy in stretches and very challenging in some of the other stretches. The front nine has been testy, and the back nine affording more opportunities, but only if you're willing to grab them.
and there's no reason why Shaurya cannot stretch the lead out a little bit more because he has some scoring opportunities coming for him further up. So too early to say what the day might look like, what the day might finish at. But the way things are going, Shaurya definitely has everything under control. Rewatch players taking their time seems to be Matthias, who's further out than his playing competitors. You're bound to take few extra seconds on the putting green here because we've seen putting's not been the easiest of tasks. It's now giving it a wonderful run actually, coming up a few rolls short, but was online tracking. Would have looked good as it left the putter. Recommendable two putt from there nonetheless. Varuna would have gotten a good look from Matthias's part and from he's learned very well. He's a good student. Just had to copy his line and hit it a little harder, and that's what he's done. It's a wonderful putt by Varun. Varun coming off a birdie on number 12 and number 13, as his playing partner Saptak. Let's see if he can do exactly what he's done on number 14 as well. And yes, he can. Finds the back of the cup, does Saptak. Currently, seems like they're feeding off each other. Good friends, Varun and Saptak. Varun, after making that putt with authority on the tee here, seems to be going with something less than a driver. Looks like a 3-wood. Takes a strong swipe at this drivable par 4. Saptak now seems to be taking the driver. He's a strong player as well, maybe taking a little off it. Now Matthias, let's see if he can find the green. Matthias going with the driver there. Oh, it's a wonderful tee shot. Straight over the flag on the green. Here, have a look at an eagle too. As we saw, Varun and Saptak, 3 birdies on the trot for both of them playing alongside each other. They find themselves at 8 under par, which would be good for a tied 6th position currently.
these stones and these huge greens, the water bodies, etc., actually make this golf course look so pretty and, of course, challenging. It might only be about 6,800 yards. The challenge, as we've been saying, Ainesh and I have been mentioning, the challenges are huge here. The greens at between 11.5 and 12 have been testy. They're not exactly very fast by international standards, but they are very fast by Indian standards, and it does set up the players before they move on to bigger challenges. And the earlier the young stars get used to playing on these kind of courses, with these kind of conditions, I think the better it is. Maybe we need to get our youngsters to get more of them out on these kind of courses. The PGTI has been taking the tournaments to these kind of courses in the past few years. And I think that is one of the reasons why these younger stars are now producing better and better scores. 1 over was the cut, which wasn't the case till a few years ago. And this is not one of the easier courses on the schedule this season. By and large, the quality of golf is also dependent on the kind of courses that we give the golfers. And of course, the incentive of big money is already there.
Matthias walking confidently, striding along onto the green after that wonderful drive, giving himself a look at Eagle. Matthias, obviously, as we saw early on, started his day with an Eagle on number one. Varun's left himself in a tricky spot because the green's running away from him. He short-sighted himself a little bit, and the ball above the feet would help him launch it higher, but then it also seems to be might also create a little more right-left spin on it, which might not help once it lands on the green. As we take a look at Rahil on the par 3, swiping around with his iron. Safely on the green, and Varun, that was always a danger because he tried to be a little too cute, had to play it as
Correct.
softly as
He didn't
possible.
get enough distance on that. He should have got a few more yards. But obviously, he was also scared of actually overclubbing a little bit, or rather putting a bit more force than needed. And so I think it was like not a fully committed shot.
Angad now, par 3 has been yielding a few birdies there. Certainly did for Saptak and Varun. So there are opportunities there, and that would be Saptak on our screens on the right. He's going to have a little over 15 feet left for his birdie. And Angad with a lovely tee shot there, giving himself a great look at birdie. Angad again having not the best of days, 3 over par for the round. Would like to bring one back by making that putt. Shaurya now, surprisingly, also making a bogey on the previous hole. So he's come back a shot at 14 under, still leading by 5. Of course, started the day at 12 under par, has picked up 2 shots on the field. Getting a little disturbed there. Got to regroup, get back, clear your thoughts, clear your mind, know exactly what you want to do and execute it. Try going through his entire routine again. A little right of the flag comes up a little short, a club and a half short. Indeed, not sure if he got that connection properly, but he'll still have a putted birdie. Not a very likely one, but he would still give it a good run. He's putting really well the last few holes. But now for his birdie coming over the hole. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a downhiller. And Varun's made a lovely run at it. Got the speed and the break perfectly. I think he's on automation now. There's nothing stopping him from making birdies. 4 on the trot for Varun. Just goes to show that there are scores out there to pick up, especially if you're playing the back nine. Now Saptak, as has been the trend, will he continue with it or not? Following Varun to a birdie in the last 3 holes, will he make it a fourth alongside his playing partner? Sliding it by the edge, that would be disappointing. Saptak was making a comeback. He is 1 under par for the round, was over par. He's now he's going to stay 1 under par for the round. He would love to make that birdie. Matthias now after that tee shot. This was his eagle attempt. Now this is what he's left for birdie. And he manages to make that birdie and move up. Matthias would now be 2 under par for the day and would be the first guy to be 10 under par.
The first guy, other than Bino.
Other than Bino. Other than Bino, is going to be the first guy in double digits for after.
Actually, now, because they were for a brief while, Matthias was there on 10 under for a brief while earlier, as was Rahil. But once again, getting back into double digits will be a morale booster for him. And so I think in that sense, there needs to be a challenge for someone to push Binu a little bit more, even though Binu dropped a shot earlier just a bit ago. I think these golfers feed off each other when they play in the crucial stages at every tournament. And I think that is what will be crucial.
Yes, and we saw Binu there swiping for his birdie. Rahil now for his birdie from over the flag. He got a long attempt at birdie. Unlikely one for there for Rahil, but one he'd love to make. He'd love to get this back. Love to get this train started. He did make a great effort, but the ball just does not seem to want to find the bottom of the cup for Rahil. But Rahil, one of the more experienced players. Old horses, yes, but as powerful as anybody else in this field. So I would not doubt him making a little comeback before the end of this round and still challenging for that trophy. Sangat seems to carefully line up. Not sure exactly whether he's getting the exact lining on there or not. Taking his time. As we see, Karan Pratap Singh currently would be the clubhouse leader, finishing off with a birdie, a lovely back nine round, back nine of 4 under par, and finishing 4 under par for the day. He's now at 9 under par, currently tied second. Angad was the closest contender to Shaurya at the start of the day. He was at 10 under par, finds himself at 7 under par for the tournament, 3 over par for the round, and that's a disappointing miss for him after some lovely ball striking. Just not his day. Just not his day yet, but if he could manage to make a few birdies coming in, could be something. Still could have the door open a little bit for him tomorrow. You never know what happens in this tournament, in this golf round, especially on this course. I mean, we've seen players pick up birdies, we've seen players making some red numbers, and then also coming out with some big numbers. Sure enough, for his tapping, carefully making sure he has the line and read going on, and that was a good visual to see, because even though he was about 3 feet out, he took his time, and when he hit the putt, you could see that the ball had some break, and he couldn't hit it firm because the putt was quick. So not as easy. These players making a lot of birdies, making it look easier than it is. While we watch Rahil on this drivable par 4, taking a swipe with his driver, it's a wonderful strike. And we know, given Rahil's history, he loves drivable par 4s. Manu now having a rather quiet back nine with a blemish on number 10. Quick look up. He wasn't sure if he had the line right, but was hoping by some miracle something happens. But missing out there. Angad now for his drive on the drivable par 4, number 15. I'm not sure where he ended up. We will soon know. Dhruv Sharon here. Dhruv Sharon had an unusual front nine, going 4 over through the first nine, but has made 3 birdies since. So Dhruv's again trending in the right direction. Good putt by him there. Dhruv, another one of those players from Gurgaon, very hardworking, very athletic. He's got one of the best rhythms, the best tempos on tour. If you look at his swing, it just feels it's never hurried, very effortless with how he approaches the game. Shaurya now, I think, having given the driver back to his caddy, or does he have the driver in hand? There seems to be something shorter than a driver, maybe a 3 wood. Maybe he wants to place it a little short and a little left and hope for a pitch and putt, or maybe just has that little extra juice to hit a hard one, strong one, and get it to the green. He's done exactly that. Left it in the front of the green. He'll have a little slope from the right, but would be going uphill as well. So, not a very uncomfortable pitch shot. Dhruv now with the nine, as we were speaking about his tempo. Wonderful free flow to his golf swing. Eagerly watching the ball with a little concern. Maybe just making sure he's at the center of the fairway. Harsh Gangwar now. First look at him today. Taking a 3-wood out.
Looking at Harsh, I'm also struck by something that I've been wanting to talk to you since we began today earlier. One great change, apart from the spread of the tour, the increase in prize money, the increase in pathways, has been the color which has come onto the golf courses and the kind of shirts that our golfers seem to be wearing. I mean, when you look at Varun Chopra, when you look at Saptak, here it is Harsh. I think there is so much color and design. In the days when I began golf, it used to be white, black, occasional red, a little bit of yellow. And now every color in the rainbow is there.
Yes, I think players are a little more experimental nowadays.
Is
They
that
are
is that the effect of social media?
could be. I think something that catches your attention um, is what players like. I mean, I won't say I dislike it, but I'm also not a very big fan of it. I still prefer the classic way, players dress up. How Adam Scott or Justin Rose and all these guys dress up
Oh,
and come
you're
on the
talking
field.
about my favorite golfers.
Exactly. So, um, nothing against anybody who wears a little color. It looks good on them. There's no doubt.
Or maybe it's just an expression of their own personal personalities, is it?
Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing definitive about um, the way you need to dress anyway. I just feel that a certain ideas, those jogger pants and all those designs, I think that they're a bit much. They take away from the gentlemanness or the
I hope you're not
tastefulness of
talking about
course.
Justin Thomas.
Well,
No, no, no jokes apart. I mean, I like the guy. I've met him a few times, but I suppose I mean, this huge change in apparel, the change in various other things. Yes, sometimes it's a little bit shocking for say old-fashioned or old-timers like me, people who grew up seeing slightly stained colors. So good to know that some youngsters like you also prefer what I do.
oh, absolutely. I mean, I think at the end of the day, classics are always going to be classics. I mean,
They'll never go out of
they'll
fashion.
never go out of fashion. Angad now with a little bunker shot, and I think he's managed to get it on the green. Would have done well, but that is always the risk of leaving it short here. That's the problem with this flag position because you don't want to hit it too far ahead of the flag because once you do that, you have a long putt coming in for birdie, and if you try to be too cute, that's the end result. This is going to be a tougher shot for Angad as we watch Shaurya now deliberately left himself short of the green wanting to come uphill, but he's got a big slope, and the slope from the right is more troubling. That's the challenging slope that you need to get the speed right on, and he's done a great job there.
While Kanji seems to be asking questions of himself, that is a long one.
I'll go in with the flat stick there. He does need to bring a shot or two back now if he wants to have a say at the end of this tournament. He's left himself a little work to do, but he'd prefer to be there than going over the hole. And now with a testing little putt, I would assume he's going with. He's got three left to deal with. He's got the semi rough, the fringe, and then the green. So he's got to judge this to perfection. I think the downhill is going to help a little because he won't have to make a big stroke, but he still has to be fairly exact and precise with what he does. Does not want this running away from him. And just getting the break.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be playing for breaks which are not there. Or is there a misread there?
I think this putt was more challenging on the speed. I think holding it would have been a bonus because it is quick from over the hole. And since he had that semi rough and then the fringe to contend with, I think a two putt from there won't hurt him that much. Rahil now, on the other hand, would want to make this. Otherwise, this would be a strong pinch if he misses this. And he's made a few in the beginning of the round. He's missed a few. He'd like to make this one as well, and that's in. Maybe that changes the tide for him. It brings him back to what he was doing as we watch on our split screen on the right. The group of Saptak Talwar, Varun Chopra, and Matthias comfortably all on the green, giving themselves looks and birdies.
In Rahil's case, I think that momentum break came in, soon after he dropped that shot after those first three birdies. And then in the middle of the round, he continued to flounder just a little bit. And I think that was also, once again, on the greens rather than his driving or his approaches. So I think that is the area that seems to be of concern for him. So I think that once he gets that going, because he has for the past few events, I mean, even towards the latter half of the last season, I mean, he was there in the upper, half or even the top quarter, I would say, and often in the top 10, but not being able to quite, kind of be dominant. Oh, that was, I think, it was over reading. He's just kind of too careful there. That is not a good one for someone who is looking good to win. I mean, a drop shot at this stage actually opens the door for the other guys. I mean, no matter if you miss a birdie out here, that's costly. But if it's a bogey, it becomes even more costly. So I think Shaurya will not be too thrilled with that.
Luckily for Shaurya, that there was a birdie miss, but I actually gave him that
I thought
part.
so
I
too.
was pretty sure he's going to not miss that at all.
Yeah, because he's actually been on a good roll.
I think sometimes it's just lapse of concentration and nothing else. And Angad now they're tidying up for his, which is why I think what Rahil did to err on the side of leaving it short rather than hitting it over the hole, because the greens are quick anyway. Anything over the hole coming back downhill is a little tricky, especially with the putts breaking even on 2 footers, 3 footers. Harsh now in his stylish shirt. He just comes up a little short there, but won't be too disappointed. Tidying up there as Dhruv Sharon from now under the hole. He'd be disappointed if he misses this, so he'd want to give it a good run. He's had a good back nine, given the start that he had. As we watch Pranav Madikar. Chokes down on the club a little, naturally does that through all his the entire set. Good centered swing there for him. Dhruv now comfortably finds the bottom of the cup. Something's definitely switched in the back nine for him. Hopefully, he continues that form to the finish of this round and also continuing that form for tomorrow. Manu finds himself at 9 under par. Not much going for him in the back nine. Had a bogey on number 10 and made all pars since. So if he has a say in this tournament left, he needs to make a couple of putts finishing this round. And he does. Comfortably rolls it in the middle of the hole. As we watch the group of Aman Raj, Mikhail, and Pranav Madikar on number 18, making their way to the fairway. All three have laid up onto the short grass and Both make a run, lovely birdie, finish 18 with a stroke back and move forward. As the current leaderboard stands, we have Shaurya Binu leading at 14 under par, followed by Matthias Dominguez at 11 under par, 3 under par for the round. Rahil Gangji, after that birdie on number 15, clawed his way back up to double digits at 10 under par, 1 under par for the round, and followed by a host of players on number at 9 under par, tied for fourth. That includes some tour winners in Manu Gandas, Karan Pratap Singh. Aman Raju still has number 18 to play alongside Varun Chopra and Saptak Talwar, who've had a very, very flourishing back nine and still have a couple of holes left. So, lots to still happen in this tournament. Shaurya, who opened a 6 shot lead in the middle, now finds himself 3 ahead, still leading.
Essentially because of Matthias actually trying to fight back and getting two birdies, back-to-back birdies on 15 and 16. That's how it's just one small spurt can actually close down that gap, and one error from the other side, it means a massive swing.
It's a wonderful strike by Aman Raj, would give him a great opportunity to finish with a 3.
Going back to Manu, that bogey on the par 560 would have hurt him. Till that point of time, he was playing excellent. Oh wow, look at that downslope coming in. But not in that direction of the hole. It had come down a bit more.
Still over the hole, but still a good look at birdie for him. Mikael was having a decent day as well till that triple bogey 7 on number 17, which propelled him to 2 over par for the round. Pranav now on number 18, the third member of the group, with a very, very disappointing approach. He'd like to take that back.
If only the rules of golf would allow that. A mulligan in the middle of a professional round.
We'd probably see Tiger with 3 times the majors he has then. You watch this group make their way onto the green. Aman having the more makeable percentage birdie opportunity out of the 3. Pranav now from under the hole trying to make amends for that approach shot on number 18. It's fairly well done, but he would have a 4-footer curling from the right coming back for his par.
He has lost a lot of ground today. It's been a pretty forgettable, eminently forgettable round. Double bogey, a double bogey, a triple bogey. Those are the kind of big numbers which completely derail you. I mean, at the start of the day, he was very much in there at 7 under. Of course, five behind the leader, Shaurya. But now, if you look at it with one more hole to go, he's now 12 behind Shaurya. So, I mean, the double bogey on the 10th and the triple on the 13th virtually ended his chances of making a bid. His has been one of the sharpest falls of the day.
Yes, and as we've been talking about this golf course, it gives you opportunities, but also if you make an error, it could take a few strokes, add a few strokes to your round as well.
Not just not just take a few strokes away, but also damage your confidence.
This would then mean that Aman Raj has an opportunity for a birdie on the finishing 18, which would mean if he makes that, he'd move up to 10 under par, double digits. Um, Currently, that would mean he's four shots behind Shaurya.
That's always a bit of a mental leap, getting into double digits in a tournament. And especially, if you right at the end, I'm sure his lunch will taste better.
Absolutely, I think psychologically it's going to feel like if Shaurya finishes at 14 and he finishes at 9, compared to Shaurya's at 15 and he finishes at 10, I think it's more comfortable thinking that you're in double digits already and you just need to have a good round tomorrow. And he
That's it.
manages to put
That
himself
was a
there.
nice one. His caddy is as relieved or thrilled. Fernand's
Yes.
caddy brings back the flag and puts it in because he knows his boss likes it there.
Now, crucial part for him, given he was the best out of the three on the fairway and then had a very subpar approach shot, a decent chip shot. He'd want to finish with a good putt as well. And he
Ah,
just manages to
I'm
sneak it
sure
on the
his
lower
heart must
side.
have had a bump there. Tough day for the young man. He had a good finish last week. One more round to go for him to try and make up for the moving day where he actually moved backwards instead of forward.
Learning experience nonetheless for him playing alongside Aman Raj. And if he continues to play this way, he's going to find himself in familiar territory soon again.
There's been a lot of good scores, a lot of birdies on the back nine, and more so on the last 6 or 7 holes. And amidst all that, Mikhail Ortolani dropped a triple bogey on the 17th, which virtually knocked him out of any semblance of contention. He had a not too happy start and then a rather disappointing finish. There's still more golf to go. 18 holes on the final day on Saturday. Lovely palms out there.
Yes, we draw close to the day today. We would be bringing this live to you like we are today. The Dream Valley group presents Vooty Masters 2024. We'll be here tomorrow as well. The beginning of the leader groups round till the end of the round. till the conclusion of this tournament. So those of you who live around the area, we would highly encourage you to go and watch these guys live. Some high quality ball striking, short game, putting, great golf to be seen. And for those who can't make it to the golf course, we'll be here live from the studios covering this entire tournament and the finish for it. As we get back to the action, close look at the current leader, the 19-year-old Shaurya Binu, certainly not carrying himself like that. He's carrying himself like a 40-year-old veteran. He's done really well, sure of himself, sure of what he's doing. Varun from just under the hole, going with a wedge. He'd definitely think this is makeable. It's a little more check spin than he would have hoped for. Matthias now on the green, getting a read from all sides. Still not sure. Getting the line right perfectly before he takes his stroke. Underreads it a little, got the speed right, but there was a little more break to be added. Not to be for him on this one.
The last hole. So a bit of tentativeness. Wants to make sure. Being careful. Sometimes I think it is maybe if you overthink.
Satak now, let's see if he can roll one in on this one. Oh, agonizingly close, but not to be. Varun now carefully looking at his three-footer, what I would assume is fairly straightforward from where he was. Still giving it the due diligence, careful attention needed on these greens. Comfortably done.
Look at the size of the greens. The greens are actually quite huge.
Yes, and they're quite well contoured. So it reminds me of how the greens are at DLF, where we'll take the PGTI later in the year, and then also before that the Indian Open. It's like slopes also play a role. Where you leave the ball on the green matters a lot.
There it is. Shaurya Binu towering over everyone at 14 under. Matthias Dominguez at 11. Aman Raj, Rahil Kanji, and Karan Pratap Singh. Karan Pratap Singh had a good day chasing them down. So Aman and Rahil at 10 under each.
Karan, of course, the last season was also threatening that top spot that was managed to be won by Om Prakash. As we watch Matthias in the 18th with a hybrid. Had a concerning look for a couple of seconds. Seems to be okay now. Saptak now also going with a hybrid. Just a placement tee shot. Some wonderful camera work there. Finds the right side of the fairway. Does Saptak. Varun now looks a little hybrid, maybe a 5 wood. Certainly has the firepower as much as his playing competitors, if not more. So maybe wants to leave himself a shorter shot coming into 18. He does takes it over the slope and is on the fairway on the right. So good work by him as well. Good work by the cameraman there. Taking the rerun of our the group just we watched them tee off. A little replay for you.
You're back on camera, Anish.
I am.
You're in spotlight just as Shaurya Binu is at 15 under.
Oh, I'd love to take that spotlight. I'd love to be there playing alongside at 15 under par. Lovely birdie by him on number 16. So people are trying to catch him. He says, I'm going to run away. I think round 4 is going to be a little more nervy for him.
That's right. I mean, sitting on a fair lead, even if it is just a three-shot lead, or if he pushes it to four, it'll still be a new territory for Shaurya. Only in his second year as a pro, and 19 years of age, I think he has a lot to look forward to, and a win here will go long way for him. So Dream Valley Group presents the Vooty Masters, and let me just give our fantastic tour partners a little bit of a boost there. The Tata Steel Group is among the top global steel companies with an annual crude capacity of 33 million tons per annum, one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers. Amrutanjan Trutnik Electro is a 127-year-old company with a rich legacy and best known for its iconic brand Amrutanjan Pain Balm, who, as I said before, is very popular in India. I don't think there's anyone that I know who doesn't know about it. It's a purpose-driven and innovative company. It offers a versatile product portfolio. Fruitnik Electro is a juice-based electrolyte drink offered for the first time in India in convenient bottles, and it rehydrates, re-energizes, and helps regain the electrolytes lost during a golf course and also other sports. Bisleri, with a legacy of over 50 years, has grown to become one of the largest premium beverage businesses in India. Has a strong presence with 128 operational plants and a robust distribution network of over 6,000 distributors and 7,500 distribution trucks across India and the neighborhood. Himalayan Spring Water, besides Bisleri International, has a venture into the fun-filled refreshments with a diverse range of carbonated drinks available in multiple flavors. And then there is the global favorite, Rolex, the privileged association between Rolex and golf going back to 1967, with the King Arnold Palmer becoming a testimony. And they are as much a part, they are a big driving force in the sport and in India on the PGTI Tour.
Saptak going for his approach, a little over the flag, similar to where Mikhail was. And on our left, we see the leader group with Angad right bang in the middle of the fairway. Varun, as we see on our screen on the right, with a disappointing double on number 17.
So 17 has actually claimed a couple of victims, one in Mikhail Ortolani and Varun Chopra. A triple for Ortolani and a double for Varun. Bit disappointing for Varun, especially after he had four birdies in a row from the 12th. Drops him back quite some time, quite a distance.
It's a fairly well done approach from him, leaving himself a little uphill, left to right. On number 18, could get one of those strokes back. And Shaurya now further up on the fairway. Lovely approach by Angad as we watched. Shaurya can actually take this all the way on the green and then stop it close as well.
Nice action there. Oh,
Seems to have just maybe the adrenaline a little because he did get the spin.
he got this correct.
Just got the yardage a little too aggressively. But nonetheless, he does have an opportunity for birdie, as does his playing partners, Rahil and Angad. Matthias now with a very average approach shot on number 18. Seems to be opening the face a little and further releasing his hand, which would mean that he's trying to pop it up in the air and drop it soft. Oh, he does a wonderful job of
Oh,
it.
that's so good.
Played with deft touch. I think soft hands required to play at Augusta came in handy here. Stuff like now he's we watched his approach fly over the flag. We saw Mikhail putt from here as well. This isn't as quick as we've seen the other putts, so he could give it a good run. You watch Satak on our screen on the left for his birdie attempt. We could finish for him if he'll make it. Narrowly missing out. Didn't break enough. He got the speed right. Satak with that par would finish at 8 under par for the 3 rounds that he's played. Varun for his birdie. Varun manages to make this. He would also finish alongside his playing partner Saptak at 8 under, which should be good for a tight 7th spot. One would assume that 8 under par is a bit behind, considering that would still leave them at least 7 shots back.
Oh,
The
drops
leader
in,
currently.
catches the cup, catches the lip, and then decides to drop. Thankfully.
So a little healing from the wound of the last hole, a double on 17, a birdie on 18. Matthias for his par, a wonderful chip shot. Angad for his birdie on number 17, and nothing seems to be going his way at all.
One of those days that you need to forget in a hurry.
One of the very few in his case. That's how good of a player he is. I'm sure he's going to come back with like a course record or something tomorrow.
Here is Rahul Ganchi again fighting back.
This would be an interesting birdie if he managed to make that. He made one on 16, made one on 15.
A fighter.
Undermore was there. Had the speed right, but needed to play a little more break. Furious with himself.
Shaurya, All set for the final one, 18th.
Shorter taking a long iron. As we've seen before, everybody finds a comfortable spot to lay up in. We approach the end of the day, we have a clearer picture of where everybody stands. 18th also is a tricky hole. I mean, despite everyone laying up with the club shorter than the driver, there is OB on the left and OB on the right. You still have to hit a good tee shot. That seemed a hasty swing. Not sure whether it was directionally wrong or just the connection was bad. We'll have to see soon. Can't be sure. He is taking his gloves off. If you can see it on the screen on the right, that means he is in play. Not sure where he ended up with that though. Angad seems to be taking something less than driver, more than a hybrid. Could be a 5 wood, could be a 3 wood. A lovely flow to his swing. Long, tiring day, but puts a good swing on number 18. Rahil now seems to be going with a similar club to what Angad had, a 5 wood or a 3 wood maybe.
Birdie on this final hole will go a long way for Rahil.
Rahil took the aggressive route with that, pelted that 3 wood. Well past Angad. More importantly, he finds himself in the short grass. He definitely wants to finish with a birdie and have a say early in the morning tomorrow. As we have an entire day play coming to an end. Just 3 guys left out on the golf course. The lowest round of the day coming from M Dharma, 6 under par, followed by Pukrat Singh Gill.
Imagine by Dream Valley.
Is exactly where he started his day. Shaurya Binu started round number 3 with the lead at 12 under par. Has furthered his cause, sitting at 15 under par. 3 under for the round with 1 hole to play. Opening up a 4 shot lead over Matias Dominguez and his playing partner Rahil Gangji. We'll have to see what they both do on number 18 to see where things finish. But given the situation, Shaurya Binu is going to start round 4 as the leader. Lovely aerial view of the golf course.
Actually, the contours, the green, the shape, also it looks so good.
It's a very manicured golf course. Everything
Yep.
seems to be very carefully put down,
Very
thought
nicely
out.
done.
Shaurya's reaction suggested he hit the golf ball out of the golf course, but he's just on the right side, maybe in the first cut of rough or just on the fairway itself. Probably wasn't too happy with the connection. But with the flag on the left side on the green, this would be a good angle for him. He'll be first to play. As Shaurya takes a swipe, some lovely camera work comes up a little short, as we've seen before. It is a tricky spot. They're not the easiest of chip shots, but not very difficult as well. Angad now, some lovely drone shot of him. Angad with his second, with his approach on number 18. He'd like to finish with a flurry and carry that momentum into round 4. Takes it up high, puts on some spin. You can see the shadow of the flag, always a good sign. It just means you're not too far away from it, and he's put himself in that range, which he's done consistently through this round. It's just he's not been able to hold those putts. Maybe one to finish the round.
So this is a crucial second shot for Rahil. If he can pull ahead into second place all by himself.
And given where Shaurya is, if Rahil manages to put this close, it could be a two-shot swing to finish the round as well. So many possibilities. Rahil been taking the aggressive route a little over the flag.
Yes, he does have a very good chance for a birdie from here. Shaurya walks up the bridge.
Interesting to see what Shaurya might do. He's seems to be well short of the green, at least a few steps, and well below the surface of the putting green as well.
Can't
And
get to see the lie. There's how.
this does run away as well, so he'd have to be careful with the spin he puts on.
He knows that this is a crucial one. Oh, he's held it very beautifully.
Yes, he took the hard swipe, hoping for that spin, but he's still over the hole, and he has a little bit over 3 feet left, so it's still going to be a tricky par
Yeah,
for
it's a
him.
downhill one.
I mean, you never know how the nerves react, especially if Rahil makes that putt. The looks of it could be Angad's turn before Rahil. Oh, he's standing on the side there. It's Rahil's turn. This would make for an even more interesting final round watch if Rahil manages to get this one in. Furious again with himself, just did not get the break right, went for it, had the speed right, but just over adjusted for the break. He's going to tap out with a par. He's talking to himself in anger. Animated reaction there, has definitely left a few putts out there.
Needs to get that disappointment out of his system so that he can be ready for tomorrow.
So as we stand, Shora Binu is 4 shots clear. If he makes that par putt, that's where things would stand. He's definitely going to start round 4 as the leader. Angad now, he's managed to miss everything. He's managed to hit the ball well as he always does, but he's just not made anything at all. Can he change his fortunes right here? Finish strong and start the round tomorrow with the same momentum. It's just been the story of the day for him. I don't think he'd be too surprised with that miss. It's just not gone in for him. Just not been his day. Angad would finish at 6 under par, which is tied for 10th currently, 4 over on the day. So a disappointing day for him, disappointing Friday for him. Shaurya, now we did see him also missing a short one similar to this. So he's going to give it all the thought that he needs to give to be sure of what he's doing.
He's at 15 under. He needs to make sure that he stays there.
Yes, and especially given the players who are behind him. Like Matthias, there's Rahil, Amanraj, Karan, Manu. I mean, those are names that you know one of them is going to definitely catch up to you.
Exactly. One good round from any of these guys, all of them are capable of it. A fast start on the final day always puts the pressure on the leader.
And they're not going to give it to you. They're not going to hand it to you. You will have to come out tomorrow and play well as well. It's like one of them is definitely going to charge up the leaderboard.
It is nothing but nerves. At least that's what I think. 19 years of age. In having a good look and in great contention for his maiden professional title on the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. The guy is absolutely fantastic. He's held himself well, but this last putt will not make him feel happy. So it is there.
It's a disappointing finish for sure, but He did play well. He still is the leader. He's going to start round four as the leader of this tournament, and he still has it in him to dictate terms. Yes, there are guys who are following him. Yes, there are guys who won before, but they started at some point as well, and then this could also be the script that he has written for himself. You never know. He shows up tomorrow and he takes it away from everybody. So looking at the positives, a tough finish for him, but then a wonderful round of golf nonetheless.
We have come to the end of another exciting day's play. The third round of the Vooty Masters presented by Dream Valley Group at the Vooty Golf Club in Vikarabad, which carries a purse of rupees 1 crore and the second event of the 2024 season. The leader, 19-year-old Shaurya Binu, playing only his second season on the tour. It's there for you to refresh the memory. Was a good day. Karan Pratap Singh bringing home a 4 under 68. But the star today was Dharma, who started on the back nine and finished with a 6 under round, which was fabulous. And he rose to the top 10. Shaurya Binu disappointingly finishing with a bogey on the last for a 2 under round. He finishes at 14 under. Rahul Gachi unable to capitalize. Missed out a birdie on the last one, finishing with also a 2 under, and at 11 under, Matthias Dominguez of Chile finishing earlier in the day at 69 to get to 11 under. So Shaurya Binu leads the pack at 14 under, Matthias and Rahil at 11 under each, Aman Raj right behind them at 10 under, and we have two others, Manu Gandas, the defending champion, and Karan Pratap Singh, who had a 68 at 9 under each. And don't count out Saptak Talwar, who had a 1 under day but showed a lot of good signs, and he is at 8 under, and Varun Chopra and M. Dharma are at 7 under each, Dharma being the star at 65, while Varun Chopra was the only player in the top 9 players to have actually top 10 players to have brought in an over par round. He would be disappointed and looking forward to making up on the final day. We will be with you again tomorrow for the final day of the second event of the 2024 season, Vooty Masters, presented by Dream Valley Group at the Vooty Golf County. Don't miss out. Shaurya Binu is on the threshold of glory, his maiden professional tour, with seasoned Rahil Ganchi and Matthias Dominguez chasing him, all but 3 shots behind.
Yes, and I hope you enjoyed the coverage with the veteran Mr. Swami and myself, Ainesh Aluwalia for you. We'll be here tomorrow morning as well, and I hope you guys join us and follow the tournament and enjoy the golf that the PGTI has to offer.